Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and welcome back to episode 2 of Last Train from Narvul, the second ever fully recorded series on the Enclave YouTube channel. I have three fantastic and very deserving players with me, all of whom have been on recorded actual plays before, multiple times even, and I will let them give their own introductions for themselves, beginning with our good friend Jonas.
Hey, I'm Jonas Tittenzer, they, them. I am very excited to be here and nervous with my almost rookie agent.
And next up, Julian.
Hello there, I am Julian, and despite being around for what is technically forever on the server, I have a mid-level character that I'm bringing today, which is still my highest level character for some reason.
What happened to John? Isn't John higher
Hmm.
level?
He's just a 4.
Oh, wow, that's
Like, I
wild.
think I
Really?
have surpassed him on
He
this one,
feels like
yes.
he's level 7. But anyways, and
Right.
lastly, Connor.
Hey guys, I'm Connor. I am going to be bringing Kaeranis here, and sounds like I'm the veteran agent.
Indeed. Let's hear a little bit more about these characters, beginning with Mercy, just a bit.
Yeah, Mercy is a Samaritan from small little farming village. Just cares so much about doing everything she can to help anyone in need, and is also incredibly, remarkably resilient
Yeah.
for a Samaritan.
Yeah. Going to be relevant on this one. Just going to make the call on that right now. Next up, Taylor Kane.
Yes, so Taylor is a person that was going around hunting people with abnormal powers for most of his life. And then his entire society disappeared for reasons, and there's just like at this point not even 12 of them left, and now he's just dicking around trying to find a reason to be.
Yep.
Uh,
And also, I think Taylor's appeared at this point on quite a few actual plays. For some reason, he's just a
Nice.
like a well-known character to YouTube at this point. Uh, and lastly, Kaeranis.
Yep. So Kaeranis is a knight who, due to some coups going on, he renounced the royals and became a hedge knight, and he has a massive crew of companions now.
Yes, he is the menagerie build of,
Yeah.
and is also notable for being level 8, and having a massive 5 pluses to resilience. And with that crew in mind, we are going to be going to episode 2 of Last Train. Obviously, last time there was the daring breakneck escape from Gimas Viaduct, which resulted in the death of an Enclave agent. But every single member on that train, every single person here, survived against enormous hordes of Scarred chasing them. But since then, 2 days have passed since the breakneck escape. The train has outpaced its pursuers and encountered only token resistance, even managing to pick up another half dozen wounded survivors. Now, however, the train has come into sight of a tiny, dusty village in the midst of canyon country. Groups of survivors have been seen, but a scouting group sent to hail them was shot at, badly wounding one en-henmindari. Again, the en-henmindari are the strange kind of religious fanatics who are the protagonists of this story, the ones who are shepherding the survivors and managing the entire operation. All of the 10 en-henmindari are related to each other, part of the same family, the Makul clan. Now, this shooting happened despite them making their peaceful intentions clear, and nevertheless, the Makul clan is determined to evacuate this village before the pursuing horde of Scarred army reaches it. The token warbands of Scarred already in the area are a substantial problem as is. Your goal: negotiate with or neutralize the aggressive holdouts and evacuate as much of the village as possible before the Scarred arrive in too great a force. You guys obviously already know this, but do you have questions before we dive into our session?
Yeah. So there are bands of scarred around in there too.
Oh, yes.
Correct. Yeah. Uh,
Fortunately, not tremendously large, but they are they will be an imminent threat and will be pretty, I'm not going to say pervasive because they're relatively small groups, but they're going to be around almost constantly during this mission.
Well, then the usual one. What is known of both the Scarred and the village's technology and magics?
So the Scarred, obviously, I've given you guys a bit of a summary of what they do, but the Scarred rapidly adapt to the tech level of the setting. And this general setting, the way I've described it, is a near medieval setting that accelerated to like World War I era technology in about a generation. So a lot of people there still live a very humble life. It was a very poor area, but it was rapidly industrializing. And then the disastrous Scarred invasion happened, and now the Scarred are adapting a lot of that same tech level. So in terms of the weapons here, you are mostly going to be dealing with firearms among the humans. And most of them are going to be, again, like World War I era doughboy style rifles. That said, the Scarred are not often sophisticated enough to make use of such ranged weaponry. It's very vanishingly rare they do so. Instead, they adapt tools and engine pieces and things like that into just vicious cutting and ripping tools of all sorts of varieties. Does that answer your question?
Well, yes, about the technology, but what about the magics?
In terms of magics, pardon me, I did not actually catch that part. The local area, Narvul, zero magic, pretty much. The Scarred, they have their own strange and largely unknown magics that are mostly to do with incorporating technology and not to mention powering themselves. It's known now that they power themselves with pain and are drawn to pain. And as such, this is blatantly a magical situation. And they do have even some mages among their ranks that seem to be the ones who handle the grafting and manipulation of their bodies and flesh. Now that said, even though magic is not a thing really in Narvul, the coming of the Scarred have changed a lot. And so that may well have changed on top of it. Other questions?
So the train has stopped, and we're waiting to figure out this situation before we keep moving? Okay.
Exactly right. The train could evac at any point, hypothetically. The way forward is clear. They do still obviously have the gigantic cannon mounted on the first car. Even though they were shot at, they are completely not countenancing the idea of using this thing. They know there are people inside of that town, and presumably at least some of them didn't shoot at them. And so they do not want to risk collateral to potential survivors. Other questions?
Another basic one. Time of day, weather?
That's an excellent question. Time of day is early evening, so getting dark, and since it's canyon country, there are very heavy shadows. Weather is currently overcast, but in kind of a dust stormy sort of way.
Okay.
Final questions?
Yeah, nothing.
I'm good.
Excellent. In that case, let us proceed to assembly. If each of you could give, of course, a brief description of your character as well as their first actions when they enter, that would be great. We will begin, as we have been, with Mercy.
Oh dear. Yeah, Mercy is a young woman. She's got kind of somewhat medium skin tone from a suntan from working in the fields. Pretty light hair. Very perceptive, bright gray eyes, and she walks into the assembly room. She's just wearing very humble traveling clothes, a scarf, which kind of isn't appearing on camera because I decided to wear a green scarf on a green shirt, but that's fine. And she is just very she makes the room look bigger just by entering it, because even though she's like a little shorter than average, she kind of has such a small demeanor that the space seems to increase. And she just goes over and takes a seat and probably sips some tea and waits for her fellow agents.
Absolutely. Next up, Taylor, after teleporting in from his wherever he currently lives, somewhere across Manifold, to the vast, expansive gray building at its center. What would Taylor do upon entering the assembly chamber, Mercy already being there?
Well, as he walks in, he's still talking to a young person holding a clipboard, going, "Well, the 15 seems kind of weird, and I'm sorry, we'll have to continue that later," and then shoos him away. And just goes and looks in the direction of Mercy, but not really talking at her. Gonna say, "Richest man you know dies, and all he leaves is a mountain of work. Fuck that shit." As he sits himself down.
Yeah, I've heard that about wealth. Yeah.
Responses from Taylor as he sits before Kaeranis enters. In that case, sitting in a dour silence, the door would open and a veritable zoo would spill forth as the third agent joins. Description of Kaeranis and each of his companions.
Perfect. I'll start with Kaeranis himself. He is about 6'1". He's fairly tall. He has heavy stubble, a burn going up. Yeah, I said it was the left side of the face. And pretty scarred. He's got auburn hair, a suit of full plate armor that is silver, gold trim, tattered from battle, as well as his mantle, which is a blue half cape that is also tattered from battle. Then we go leading Phoenix in. His warhorse is a chestnut Andalusian courser. A very big boy with a large scar on his right side. Right side? Right side, yeah. And then on top of Phoenix is Revnus, 10-pound orange tabby cat, my sovereign lion skin down. And alongside them is another man coming along. This is Kaeranis' neck, Evis. He's about 5'11", long blonde hair, kind of lanky, and more basic armor. And he is carrying Hervis, the Gearfalcon, who is very large, white feathers, black spots, and actions. So Kaeranis himself is going to go to the table, grab an ale, and look to the other agents and say, "I don't believe I worked with either of you. I'm Kaeranis. Nice to meet you."
I'm Mercy. Is this another fighting mission?
Oh, it could be.
I keep getting sent to kill people, and it's not my favorite thing.
Well, I'd be happy to do the killing for you.
Okay, sure.
The sound of the animals shuffling about the room and snacking on things puts a munching backdrop to everything else going on. Evis would sidle over, looking slightly disgruntled at having to carry the heavy Gearfalcon. If you didn't count, that's 4 companions on this man, by the way.
Yep.
And amidst, I saw you picked up animal crackers recently off the Beastmaster, which is an excellent pick. And as against the background of this general kind of barnyard humdrum, follow-up actions or statements from any member of the group.
Well, as I heard Mercy would turn and look at Taylor, he's just gonna stare back with a "fuck you want" kind of energy.
Do you have a name?
If you actually need to address me, officer will do just fine. Or Officer Kanos, or whatever works for you.
Okay, got it.
Oh, officer. Well met.
Kaeranis, on the other hand, I'm just guessing, knowing him well, has no such energy and is pretty much perfectly relaxed. That is my guess, though.
Yeah.
And you can confirm or deny.
Yeah, he's definitely just sitting back, drinking the ale. Kind of just taking it all in.
Yep, absolutely. The only other thing that would break the silence would be Phoenix, like, gently cantering over and plopping his head on the side of the chair that that Kaeranis is in. Not in like necessarily a pet-seeking manner, but more of just like a proximity manner.
Yeah. He's going to get some pets, though.
And as he does so, the attendant in the room would turn on a heel and leave. And a whole medley of teleporters would spring to life across along the far wall. Not just the 3 needed for the agents, but of course enough to accommodate the zoo. Final actions before teleporting out.
Mercy will just put her cup of tea down and just look at to the others and just say, okay, I hear this is going to be a little... I'm going to do my best to kind of keep the peace and keep you guys safe, and just if there's any fighting, I'll just trust you to handle that. Okay. And then she just skitters over to the... just takes in all the like menagerie of weapons and warriors and just skitters over to the telepaths.
Yep.
I will save, as this wasn't prompted before, but Taylor is essentially a man made out of his watch coat. So there's nothing besides his face and his hat that you can even make out at this point.
Yeah. And as Mercy takes the lead over towards the teleporters, final actions from Taylor before we begin.
Yeah, he's just gonna finish whatever, for legal reasons, water he has been drinking. And then he'll get onto the telepad.
Yeah, out of a milk carton.
Yeah, exactly. And lastly, Kaeranis.
Yep. Kaeranis is going to finish his ale. As good a time, about as good a time as any. And he's going to whistle for Phaenix to come along. He's going to gesture to Evis and say, "Come on, boy, we've got work to do."
Yes, sir, he says begrudgingly. And after Revnus picks up the slack and trots over to get onto the telepad, just before it starts to fire off, the group of you would begin to dissociate. The tingling starting in your feet, working its way up your legs, leaving them asleep in its wake. When it passes your midsections, your guts churn violently, and then you no longer feel them. When it passes your chest, your hearts flutter, and you no longer feel them beat. And when it passes your eyes, your vision explodes into ribbons of color, the world falls away, there is a buzzing in your ears, and then there is nothing. But as swiftly as the sensation came, it leaves, and you find yourselves looking out across a small plain of flat badland. There's the occasional shrub or slight deviation or crack in the earth, but for the most part, it's a relatively open expanse, maybe twice the size of a football field. And it is abutted on one side by heavy high cliffs, and on the other side by a deep gravelly ditch that looks like it's the direction where the train track winds around towards. You are standing right outside of aforementioned train, and your nostrils are full of the smell of its coal burning and its wheels greased, and and the sand that has been used obviously to add some friction to the tracks. Not to mention the dust surrounding you. That said, you do see very, very confidently, not far away from you, just across this small plain, the rising village in front of you. There's an improvised palisade that seems to be mostly made out of like torn down like building roofs and other miscellany that has been lined out around its center. It is standing not like with a back to a cliff, like right in the midst of a couple of towering sections of cliff with a deep ravine kind of chasing off away from it past. And it looks small enough to maybe hold 50 people at its height, with the most noteworthy building in it being the train station that is, of course, a pair of big stone throws away from the actual entrance to it. It's small, it's clustered. The more outlying buildings have been torched, either burned to the ground or ripped from it. But most notably and most visibly, you can see bodies, dozens of them, all along the plains, leading to and from the town. Even though the sky is dark, you can see that there is enough ambient light of the fading day to be able to make out that the bodies, while roughly apportioned as humans, do not necessarily look like humans, for the most part. A few do. And amidst this backdrop, You can also hear distantly, echoing through the hills, distant howls and grunts and snarls and roars that sound all too human, but with no trace of humanity behind them. The one other thing I will mention is that nearby to you, as you poured in, you would hear the sounds of like quiet, fast conversation and the sounds of someone gasping in pain. Immediate actions upon porting in, we will begin with Kaeranis.
Okay. Yeah, so seeing all the bodies, his mind is instantly going to think battlefield. He's going to mount up, and he's going to start looking for... Actually, the sound of somebody in pain, he's going to go towards that. Yeah. And kind of look towards Mercy as well and say, sounds like we may have a rescue already.
And you can see that just a little ways away from the train, you can see that there's like a small cluster of people that are standing like near a small shelf of rock that like rises gently from the plain and obstructs them from view from the town. You can see that the man who was shot during the negotiations is there currently. And you can see that he is like clenching his teeth, visible even through his face covering, just from the tension that you can see in his face. As his arms are being held on either side, and another person is trying to like clean the wound that is going through his belly. Now, other actions from Kaeranis after calling this to Mercy, would he be approaching this himself or doing something else?
To be fair, I don't think he's going to be that much help in that situation. So I think what he's going to do is he's going to trek into town where the buildings are and try to find some people to talk to.
Are you going to be going by yourself?
Animated. Yeah. I probably should wait.
No. What will the animals be doing immediately besides Phoenix, of course? Or animals plus Evis. Evis is an animal. He counts.
Yep. Yeah, he counts. Yeah. Evis, I'm going to keep him around for now as well as Hervis, but Revnus, I have a feeling he would already be out running around, searching for probably snacks.
Indeed. And as he sprints off into the growing dark, we're going to jump over to Mercy. Actions you would like to take even before being prompted by Kaeranis.
Yeah, well, I think it's a good segue, actually. I want to ask first, the village is... you said it's rising. It's like built into the cliff face?
It's separate from the cliff face. It's just on like a very small promontory that is nestled amidst several high cliffs. So it's in a valley.
Got it. Okay. I think Mercy, yeah, I mean, like my gut instinct is that she just instantly goes to the sound of pain. But I think actually like she arrives here and I think she only has one spirit at the moment. Yeah. So I think just still like the ambient like pain and desolation of this region just kind of like hits her a little bit with the smell and the oil and the grease and the distant like smoke and blood. And so she does, even though like her legs pull to go to the sound of someone in pain, I think she does just fully kind of and like the tiniest of panic attacks as we poured in, and then hearing Kaeranis' voice snaps her, and she goes, "Okay, yes, I have a job," and rushes to the man's side.
Yeah, and as she hurries over towards him, again, the en-henmindari are covered head to foot, even more so than Cain is. Their hands, their faces, every inch of them is covered with heavy clothes and wrappings and shawls, such that only their eyes are visible. The man who's been wounded is no different, and he is accompanied by 3 others of his kind, again, 2 of them holding his arms, and the third one trying to help clean out the wound, literally parsing apart the layers of cloth that have been ripped into his body by the bullet's passage.
Yeah, she'll kind of come up and just... is there any, I mean, do we have any identifying features from assembly that we would have been told, or no knowledge of who's who?
You do not know them, but the only ones that you have been given the names of are the 2, like the husband-wife duo who lead the clan, Rajanak and Kepcha. But in terms of identifying them, 0 clue. The one you would probably be able to pick out would be Sabea, if you were to see her, because she is heavily pregnant.
Got it. Yeah, Mercy will. She doesn't really think about this. I mean, as long as she knows that these are the people we're working with, she will just like adjust her Enclave badge to make sure it's visible on her lapel or on her scarf.
Yeah.
And she will move over and start like without asking or thing, just kind of trust in like the group empathy basically, and start trying to assist. I think she wants to like assess the what's the word, severity of the wound before taking any specific action.
Yep. It is a clean pierce straight through the like left abdominals. Pierce right the way through. You can smell stomach acid off of the wound. It is so substantial.
Okay, that's bad.
Yeah, and the man himself is trying to keep his lower body relaxed. As you might imagine, flexing is not a good idea with such a wound. And the one who is cleaning him is just trying to get the like cloth bits out of there before trying to go any deeper with it. It's clear they're trained and proficient to some degree with all this, but they do not have medical supplies that are genuinely going to help something like this.
Yeah, Mercy will. I've got 2 actions, so if we want to jump over to Taylor before I do one of them, but she will take out. She's got a little pouch on her belt, and she'll take out just a string ribbon.
Yeah.
Like a little cloth ribbon that's been hand woven with this just little intricate pattern. And she will, again, just without asking, without introducing herself, she will go over and tie it around the man's, like, one of his raised wrists.
Yeah, this is one of your alms, right?
An alm, yeah, and cinch the knot and appear, hopefully, some, like, I want to, the word in my mind is cough drop, but it's not a cough drop, but like a numbing kind of sweet or something. Yeah, like a lozenge or something to like suck and bite on for the pain.
Yeah. I will tell you right now, you can get even more out of that if you would like.
Sure.
Yeah. What other stuff do you want to get on top of that?
I think, well, I mean, she's going to, seeing that it was a clean pierce, I was like, okay, the bullet's not in him, so it's not that bad, but it pierced his stomach, so it's terrible. So she is going to use her Asclepion on him. I don't think she's concerned about medical supplies, but she will create like probably a handful of these for the group. Potentially some God, my words are gone. What's the word for electrolyte drinks?
Yeah. Totally.
For just the group, however much she can get, or like a jug maybe of it.
Sure.
And then probably some like some clean bandages just to have, even though she's going to use her Asclepion.
Absolutely. As she finishes tying the knot and the supplies miraculously appear about, you can see that the one who is being held, like the one who's being treated, you can see that his like hissing breath pauses for a moment, and he says, "Another miracle worker among us. This is some...
I just help."
And he gives another rattling breath, and he says, "If this is the help that we can anticipate, then we are very fortunate indeed."
Yeah, here, suck on this. It'll help.
And you see that after a moment, one of the ones holding his arm says, "It is not to just any that we would reveal our face, but pull aside his covering. He needs it."
Oh, right. Yes, of course. And she'll kind of very, very gently, with a very soft touch, kind of just lightly, like even she'll avoid looking at his face, actually. She'll just kind of like...
And she, even with a plus to spirit, she would feel the sudden like change in tone of them as that sign of deep respect to their culture and their understanding is received well by them. The one who was cleaning the wound wordlessly steps aside.
And then she'll just kind of like, okay, just you're leaking. And she'll take her amulet and kneel down and just kind of if the wound is clean of cloth, not anything stuck in there that will be wrapped into his organs, she will clutch it and put one hand around the wound and close her eyes and she like thinks back to her like childhood farm and like tending to a like a cow that got attacked by a coyote, and just like meditating on the like be whole, be whole, be one, be whole.
And before we get to that healing resolution, let's jump over to Kane and then back to Kaeranis. Immediate actions upon porting in.
Yes, not waiting to be addressed at all, as he tends to do. He's just gonna walk over to the next, like to the closest corpse that he can make out.
Yep, one of the ones that's out in the plain, or because there's actually you would have to, because there's none close to the train.
Yes.
So yeah, closest one that you would come to, you would find as you get even slightly close to it, because your sensory is what, 2 at this point, or is it 1 still? I think it's 1. Yeah.
I just noticed that I still haven't given him the pluses for his level 4 upgrade or whatever that was.
Oh well.
But that's gonna be fine.
Yeah. And as you do so, you would quickly make out its silhouette and get closer and closer, and you would see it is a Scarred. This is one of the ones that on the sheet I sent you, the en-henmindari call Mar, which are Scarred foot soldiers. They look mostly human, but they usually have at least one, if not both, of their arms transmogrified into some horrible ripping implement, and are plated with metal, just directly grafted onto them in lieu of armor. As you get closer, you can see that the Scarred has had like most of its head blown to pieces, probably by high caliber firearms. It lays there in a crumpled heap. What would you like to do as you approach?
He's gonna fight the almost primal urge to kick that thing's head in, for more reasons than it just being an abomination upon God.
Yes.
But as that feeling passes, he's gonna start inspecting it using both the unlit firebrand and the bludgeon as sort of instruments to not needing to touch it.
Yeah, just poking it.
Flipping it over even at some point, yeah.
Certainly. What would you be looking for?
Just get a general sense of... So is this... He's trying to figure out if those biografts are of, like, let's say, mechanical nature, or more of a magical one.
Yep. Things that you would note. First of all, this one at the very least seems to be mostly made of person, right? It seems to be based on a body, though you do see that there are very eerie like layers of additional muscle that have just been kind of stuck haphazardly on the outside, making it disproportionately strong looking in comparison to its size and weird proportions. The plates and the awful meat hook and like barb that have been attached to its arms are purely non-mechanical.
So there's some metal plates, but most of the performance enhancements are just more muscle.
Exactly.
And then looking closer at the seams, does it look as if it was grown into it naturally, or is there some visible workmanship about that?
There's visible workmanship, but not of any kind that we would be familiar. It looks almost like the how to describe this in a way that is not wildly disgusting. Okay, this is probably the most delicate way I can put it. It has the kind of like loose tatteredness of scar tissue that adheres one piece to another. So the plates are attached to the flesh by flesh.
But it seems like just regular biology from the look of it. Like there's neither magic nor mechanical feel. What I'm getting from
to
it.
the corpse, no. In the creation of it, when it was like moving, almost certainly. That's not something you'd be able to get without magic. Most likely. We're not going to say not, but given that you know that this came from a person, the Scarred turn people to join them to the army, there's 99% magic involved to a very substantial degree. The other thing that you would note is even like since you entered, you would hear the roars and echoes and bellows of distant Scarred have changed position as they move and rove in little troops. At one point, you would even hear a shot go off from the distant village, though not in your direction, maybe on the other side of it. Presumably taking shots at the scarred warbands, but you would only hear it rather than seeing it.
To finish up the abduction, he is gonna try and cave the skull in any way with the bludgeon, just to see if that is a thing that can be done.
Yep, you have a plus to might, right?
A plus to might and 2 pluses to skill.
Nice, yeah. And when you bash one of the non-reinforced sections, it is very akin to a human in terms of bone density. But it does have some plating on its head, and those plates hold up pretty well.
Well, then both the implements are gonna vanish beneath the coat again, and he's gonna make his way back.
Yep, absolutely. With the backdrop of distant roaring and the occasional pop of a rifle shot well in his background. Kaeranis, follow-up actions from you. Of course, Mercy has moved over to the wounded en-henmindari. Taylor has trotted out into no man's land to look at a corpse. What would you like to do?
I think he would like to go over to the en-henmindari. Did I say that right?
En-henmindari,
yeah.
exactly.
And yeah, gotcha. And he'd like to go over and he wants to address him and say, now, where did they go after they shot you?
And would this be one of the ones who's with the wounded man, or do you want to try to find one else? Yeah, absolutely. Because there's one that's moved out of the way to give Mercy room. Right. And as you do so, this one would turn to you, and she would say in level, even tones, with only her eyes visible, "We had come within, I would estimate, half distance between here and the village across the plain. We held our weapons down low and our hands up high. We tried to hail them, and we heard shots. The shots struck the ground at first. We tried to demonstrate that we were not scarred, but that was when they stopped shooting the ground, shot at us. We never saw them. They were inside of the buildings, shooting from high windows and between wall slats.
I see.
We did not hear their voices either. We have, while we have been camped here, we have heard sometime distant voice, but not much. We know they are not turned. That is all we know."
Not turned and definitely hold up. Okay. Good to know. Thank you for your time.
She gives another silent nod. You would see that Evis has not moved from where he poured it in and is just like looking out across the field in just a combination of horror, disgust, and fear.
He doesn't want to be here.
Quite. Follow us from Kaeranis.
Yeah, I'm going to call out to Evis. And I'm going to say, with 1+ to sensory, I think 1+, I'd like to look around first and see if there's like white cloth.
And looking about, yeah, they have it. Though you don't know if a white flag of surrender is common parlance here.
This is true. Though I think he's still going to try it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's still going to attempt. He's going to grab a cloth. Oh, there's probably not sticks here, is there?
You got a sword.
Even better, I have an ear spoon.
Oh, that is even better.
Put it on the ear spoon. Yeah. I'm going to hand that over to Evis and say, I've got a big job for you. This is going to be risky, but I will keep you safe. Your job is to hold this, stand behind my shields.
But that means they're going to be shooting at me.
Oh no, they'll be shooting at me. You're going to hide behind me.
But I'm going to be next to you. I don't want to be... He grits his teeth.
You want to be a knight, boy. This is how you do it.
He holds out a hand, just kind of like trying to control his breathing.
And he hands over the flag.
The flag, yeah.
Yeah, the flag.
Yeah. As you do so, Hervis flies up onto the top of the turret, just to have like a place to perch on the train.
Yeah.
And still, like breathing shakily, Evis would start to like mount up behind you, though clearly very nervous.
Works for me. And then I'm gonna have to hop off the horse to do this, but I would like to shove my earth shapers into the ground. I assume this is like, is it like clay?
Yeah.
Or is it more
Dry
like
clay.
sand? Okay. Fantastic. Okay, he's gonna build up the clay, and he's gonna make large, like, what type of I'm forgetting the name. Like a Pab shield type thing. The real big ones, and he's gonna do it on both arms.
Yep.
It's gonna take a little bit.
Gonna take him a little bit, exactly. As he is doing so, however, you all would hear a shot ring out, much closer than the ones that you've been hearing before. And it's not like in the train area, but it's like certainly closer than the ones that were happening before. Mercy, just before you begin to heal, you hear the shot ring out. It's quite close, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if it kind of jerked her from her reverie. But what would she do in response to this?
Well, active danger is more important than wound he's not immediately dying from. So she perks up and looks around to try and get a sense of, like, is that coming in our direction? What's the closest source of danger? Do I have time to complete this?
And as she jumps up and looks about, she would see the en-henmindari immediately like laying down the guy and like going for cover, and she can see that the man she was healing has been shot through the head.
Wow.
That's upsetting.
And you can see that they have like moved to action. They're behind the rock shelf. They have out their rifles, and the one who had been just speaking with Kaeranis, like, she grabs Mercy and like tries to pull her behind cover as well.
Mercy will allow herself to be pulled behind cover, but then she will say to the others, "Whatever you do, do not fire." And she stands back up and tightens the knot on her scarf, and is going to just try and, like, everyone stay calm and hopefully hold her innocence shield to protect them.
The one that had pulled her to cover hisses to her, "Careful. If they shoot without mercy like this, then you are in as much danger as we."
I don't need to worry about them shooting without mercy. And she'll stand up, and her scarf will start to not really glow. There's like a very faint, soft light, I think. Well, I guess this will depend on how innocent and vulnerable these people are. But she will, hopefully, the scarf kind of starts to elongate and spread out over over the top of the cover that we're taking, and just prevent like any stray shots from coming through.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool image too. I would never have imagined the innocent shield taking that skin, and it turns out it becomes vast, because not only are you standing over these ones, you're standing in front of the train.
The whole train, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like the scarf doesn't really grow in size either. It mostly just grows in length, but as it protects, it's kind of like Wonder Woman's bracers, where just like shots just will hit it instead.
Pull towards it. Sure. Makes sense to me. It keeps with the theming and image too. As Mercy is like looking out across the wasteland, she can see, even though, again, I think she has +1 to sensory. Yeah. She would be able to see a single figure like quietly darting back towards the town, having flanked out to get a firing line behind the rocky shelf they were using for cover.
That's honestly, for the first time since she's joined Enclave, this is making Mercy a little angry. Like
No
she's
mercy.
dealt with people who, like, you can't help people who don't want to be helped, but this is a completely different and much worse scenario. So she's not going to rush ahead or anything, but she'll call to her companion and say, "I see them. We should move up, I think."
And jumping briefly back over to Kaeranis before to Taylor, when the shot rings out, you can see the en-henmindari jump into action. They pull Mercy behind the shelf. She starts to like stand up in front of it. Her scarf is expanding. Actions Kaeranis would like to take during this.
Yep. Change of plan on the fly. He's going to look to Evis and say, "Well, it seems parlay is no longer in order. Change of plans, boy.
He looks kind of relieved. Yeah.
I'm gonna grab well, you're still in for a big ride.
Great.
I'm gonna take their attention, and I want you to take Phanex at that point in time when they're all distracted and run up into there.
What?
I want them to
Wearing
feel a little
this?
fear. Well, yeah, you're right. I can fix that for you. And I'm gonna two arms.
What you were just saying
I
is a
wanna-
great speech already. Like, I'm not going to ask for another.
Sure. I do want to give him a little bit of armor though, so I'm gonna two arms, and I can energy work this if needed. But I'd like to just like not duplicate, of course, because the full plate of the Thane is, special item,
yeah.
but a similar like plate armor.
Heavy plate armor. I will totally give that to you just off of the lead in already, because it's only one guy. And as you do
Right.
so, he's like kind of encased, his like through his visor. You hear him say, "Yeah, that's more like it,
Yeah.
sir."
Yeah. So I'll give you the signal. Wait, stay ready.
Yeah.
Do you think by this point his shields are done? Excuse me.
His what's are done?
Sorry, his shields on the Earthshaper?
Yes, they would be done by this point.
Nice. Perfect. So what he's going to do is he's going to walk out. He's going to take both of those shields, covering, his as much of his body as he can, and start clanking them together.
Yep.
Begin up with the Garethings.
Now, are you still staying relatively close to the train when you do so, or are you going to like move out ahead of everyone else?
Move out ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. And before I jump back to Mercy, jumping over to Taylor. Now, you were trotting back towards the train when the shot rang out. You can see the little like medley of people rushing about up ahead. Actions he would like to take.
So he's walking back to the train. How far would it be to get to the village?
From where he is currently, it would be like at a run, a sprint, or like a steady stroll like he tends to do. I think I know the answer to that.
There is no vigor on this man. He's
Quite.
not a running kind. He's not the running kind.
At his normal steady stroll, it would be probably like a minute's stroll from where he is to the palisade.
Looking towards the village, does it seem like there would be a good shot, or at least a good view of him?
They could shoot him for sure. They have a very open firing line because they're surrounded by this flatland. Even if it's not a dramatic amount of it, certainly enough to take a good couple pot shots.
It's not quite dark yet.
Yeah, dark enough for big shadows, but not dark enough for no visibility.
Yes, but there is no big shadows, I'm assuming, between him and the village just
There's
yet.
actually one. Even though he's currently standing in relative light, the way that the cliffs shape around here means that there is like a big slab of shadow that's maybe a third of the way between him and the village.
He's gonna slowly try and move towards that, but if he gets the sense that he's being shot at, he will stop.
Certainly. This would also be when you start hearing, thuddity thud, clankety clank from Kaeranis activating Gareth things. He's a little ways off to your right at this point. Proceeding?
Yes.
Absolutely. And after, a number of slow, cautious seconds, probably on substantial amount of edge, Taylor would reach the shadow.
All right, he's gonna do his best and try and slink closer.
Absolutely.
But getting even slower and getting lower and trying to see if he can blend a bit into the shadows as is, even if not being completely still.
Indeed. The watch coat obviously is, that's what it does, but, and I have seen him move quite slowly while retaining the stealth of the watch coat before. So this would just be that instead of like a minute stroll, it would be like, 3 minutes slow creep. However, it does also still give him quite a good view of the surroundings. He would also catch a glimpse of the small figure making its way back onto the into the village on the other side, and of course, he would have heard Mercy call out and announce, I see him. Before we go further with that, though, with Taylor now making his slow way towards the village, jumping back over towards Mercy, her scarf unfolded on either side, able to spot that target who is still like about to reach the town, with Kaeranis now stepping out ahead with 2 great shields of earth and starting to clatter them together.
I have 2 actions.
Yeah.
First is the man who died. The bullet went through his head. Did it mess up his facial covering at all, or
Yes, it did.
are his eyes visible?
Substantially.
She will take some of the bandages that she summoned, which I imagine were like dropped in the dirt.
Exactly.
And just step over, in front of the cover, and as best as she can, like close his eyes, dab the blood out of his face, and cover his face again with what remains of his mask and the bandages if she has to. And then once that's done, she turns back to the woman who had dragged her in. Does she, with her one spirit, does she get any sense that this woman is perhaps has any additional authority among the en-henmindari? Is one of the, maybe is Reja or Kepcha. Yep.
Yeah. As she turns around, she sees that the woman is already like looking directly at her, and she can feel she feels a couple of things. It's a very intense look. The one, she feels rage inside of this woman, but second of all, she feels this burning respect off of her. The woman actually, as she looks to her, would, as Mercy looks to her, would step towards Mercy. Mercy can actually see tears at the very edges of her eyes, and she would press something into Mercy's hand. She says, "Keep it in your mouth." And she says, should you fall, bite it. I cannot let you become one of the scarred.
Thank you. Mercy will hold that in her hand. She won't put it in her mouth just yet. She will. Thank you. Your thoughtfulness is well considered. If you or if one of your clan would like to accompany us to engage, I am going to attempt to speak to these people. I can bring one of you with me, but you must come without weapons and you must come without hate.
This will be difficult. She considers for a moment, but you hear her whisper under her breath, almost like she didn't mean for you to hear it. At least it was a clean kill. And after another moment, she says, I think I know who. A moment, pray.
Mm-hmm. Mercy will turn back and just, again, keep the scarf.
Yep.
Floating.
She can see that the 2 other en-henmindari who had their rifles out have, to their credit and to hers, unloaded the weapons and sheathed them again. But she again can feel this intensity off of them still in their low positions, kind of on either side of Mercy, as though ready to like pull her down if she starts getting shot at. But then after a moment, she hears footsteps on the clay behind her. Hello? It's not an en-henmindari. It's another man. A Narvuli is the word we would use for a native inhabitant. You can see that his hair is a bit unkempt, given that, he's been out in the chaos for a little while. And he has a good amount of stubble on his face. Bit of a younger guy, at a guess, maybe in his late 20s. And wearing very different attire. More of like maybe a reasonably upper middle class day job sort of outfit at a guess. And he would say, Helen, well met to you. My name is Mahinder. I have worked with the Makuls since we escaped. I've told you require... Oh my goodness.
It will get worse and it will pass. If you wish to accompany us to try and negotiate with them, I can protect you on the way, but you must bring no weapons and no hate.
No, I am not a fighter. Not at all. I'm an electrician. He says, please give... We will have a chance to pay our respects, won't we? And the woman nods and just kind of jerks her head towards you. Says, yes, of course, of course. Shivering, he would like climb the rocky abutment and stand next to you, kind of tucking himself kind of just next to the scarf, which he seems to feel an innate sense of protection off of. He says, I'm terribly sorry for my cowardice. I'm not a soldier.
No, neither am I. She'll turn back to the woman and say, get everyone into the train who isn't ready to stay out here and be ready to leave if we don't come back. And then turns to Mahinter and nods and will grasp his hand and just start walking confidently and unbothered by the potential of getting shot toward the village.
See that he tries to straighten his back and maybe out of a sense of chivalry or something, takes like a little step out so that he is at least neck and neck with you. You can feel him trembling, though, head to foot. He says nervously out the side of his mouth, You do not think that they will simply shoot at us as well?
I think they will shoot at us, and I think they will miss every shot.
Goodness gracious, to have your confidence.
It is confidence born from experience in kindness pays dividends.
That is such a lovely way of looking at the world. The en-henmindari are far more grim. I fear I have adopted some of their outlook, being with them so long.
I know a grim outlook as well, but when the world looks like this, I find it brings hope to look at it your own way.
Right. His fingers lace with yours as he kind of, maybe in spite of himself, clutches tight.
Yeah. Just lead him after my companions.
And as you do so, your innocence shield gets smaller as you move away from the train, but still of size to be useful. Before we go further with that, Kaeranis, you don't know where Taylor is, and you know that Mercy's a little ways behind you. You have a head start on her for sure. Evis is trotting out with Fanix, kind of cutting a wide circle, so that he is at the towns. If you're at the 6 o'clock, he'd be at the 9 o'clock, is where he's kind of trying to position himself.
Awesome.
As you are clattering with your Garethings, are you just continuing to proceed, or are you going to like take a stopping point midway?
Well, he's going to continue proceeding. He's going to move at a slow enough pace to always have a good balance in case he does get shot, get off balance. But he's going to move as fast as he can.
Yep, absolutely. And as he does so, sure enough, you're not quite halfway there when you hear the distant and there's like a puff of like dry clay that goes up, probably 3 feet away from your feet.
Oh, warning shots. I think he's going to shout out with that one, say, "No, don't shoot. No warning shots. This is a waste of your time. We're here to help you, and you can't kill me."
And no sooner has he finished that sentence when a bullet pings off of his helmet, clean off of his helmet. And it is a testament to the power of the Thane's full plate plus 5 pluses to resilience that not only does Kaeranis stay on his feet, not only does his skin not break, but on top of that, he, even though, as you might imagine, his head jerks back violently and his ears are ringing, he's not even losing consciousness, not even for a moment. It's obviously, there's like the sharp, like ringing in your ears, the tinnitus following it. You can feel the bullet like wedged uncomfortably against your cranium. But your stats and armor protected you from this one. Maybe not comfortably, but sufficiently.
From this one. I think what he's gonna do. I don't think he's gonna react with actual words, but he's going to laugh a little uncharacteristically for Kaeranis. He's getting a little excited.
Yeah.
And at this, I think he's going to just start bashing the shields a little bit more rapidly.
Yeah.
Also holding them higher.
And as he does so, he feels a salvo come out at, I guess, 6 or 7 shots. These rip through the Earthshaper shields and hit his armor across him, like peppering up and down his body. But fortunately, with the shields absorbing enough of the force, these ones don't even get to the point where they can threaten piercing your armor. They do hurt, don't get me wrong. You're peppered across your body with them. Feels like a flurry of blows. And yet, they don't overbalance him. And the shields are easily shorn up by maybe quickly dragging them against the ground or something of that nature. But the thing he would note, it's a coordinated salvo, and he can't hear a shot that missed. They all hit.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, free up the shields, and he's gonna shout out as loud as he can so Evis hears. Now.
And you hear the distant, like, whinnying roar of Phoenix and the sound of heavy hooves beating across the packed clay. As you do so, you hear another shot go off in that direction, but then another shot pings hard against your shoulder plate, like bouncing off your pauldron. This one doesn't even, like, embed. It just kind of deflects. But clearly their attention is being, to some degree, bifurcated. Follow-ups from Kaeranis. Is he continuing the Garethings?
I think at this point he's going to stop the Garethink so he can pick up speed. He is still going to hold the shields, but now he's running.
Yeah, just full bore towards the palisade.
Full bore, yep.
Jumping back over to Taylor. During this time, he has managed to pick his way much closer. He obviously has heard Phoenix kind of like roaming around behind his back, repositioning himself. So if Kaeranis is at the 6 o'clock to the village, Phoenix is at the 9, Taylor would be at like the 7:30. Because of this, as by the time Kaeranis announces his big now and has endured like a full salvo of shots plus a few more besides, Taylor has gotten very close. He is within like an underhanded toss from the palisades.
Is there anyone up on the palisades?
There is
Assuming
no one.
it is one of those. So we're talking palisades. So beside the village entrance, there's no way to get through it. Is my assumption.
Yeah, although there are slats in them, presumably for people to like poke out a weapon and shoot. You don't see any people positioned behind those. Probably they're in some of like the upper story windows that overlook the palisade. Though again, actually you would have seen muzzle flashes for sure. So I'm gonna actually say that yeah, there's at least 4 people that are up high in the second and even 1/3 story window overlooking the palisades. That said, the palisades themselves. You do not see an obvious entrance. They do not have ramparts that you can see, so it doesn't look like people could be standing atop them.
But they do have slats, even on the ground level?
Yeah, even on the ground level.
So this is, I will say this is pretty climbable. The next question is going to be, having hopefully remembered a bit of the muscle flashes, would he be, like, if he gets himself into what I'm going to call the first floor, would he encounter all 4 of them, or just one?
No. They're scattered across multiple buildings, for one. And 3 of the muzzle flashes are in second-story windows across multiple buildings. And then,
so it's not necessarily even the ramparts, it's the buildings close to them.
Exactly right.
All right, so he's going to try and slowly slink himself onto the ramparts, take a quick peek above them.
Absolutely. And as he's like kind of up against the palisade and like looking, he can peer through one of the slats in for sure. And still be in shadow, though if he climbs up, it will bring him out of shadow
I will say before he does, he will prepare a quarrel with the sleeping drug.
Yep, absolutely.
And put it in the Balestrino.
Peering through the slats first, as I believe you mentioned, you do see that there are two people who are kind of camped out, like in this wall segment that you can see. It's obviously not nearly the whole thing. And maybe one other person inside of the town that you can see. They are inside of a first story window, peering out, looking scared. The ones that are like by the wall, though, both are looking scared. Both are unarmed. And you can see that both of them are like doing what you are doing in reverse, looking out of slats, like lookouts, you know? But again, unarmed, nervous.
Rough estimate from how many shots he has heard and from the size of the village. How many of them would he guess would be up in arms as opposed to just around and asleep?
Thus
Hopefully.
far, no more than half a dozen.
As to be expected. That seems like a regular village. All right. So yeah, he's gonna draw himself up with one of the slats and then put a hand above and then wait for a second if there's any reaction to that.
No reaction. The combination of Kaeranis making noise, Phalanx making noise, and guns making noise is covering you here.
And then slowly pulling himself up and see if there's anything on the ramparts.
Plus to might, plus to reflex, I believe. Is that true?
Yes.
Excellent. That's very useful here. And again, pulling yourself up, pardon me, these walls do not have ramparts. They're just like slabs, effectively. So there's no place that you can walk along the top. But kind of pulling yourself up and over,
absolutely.
You would be able to get like not only a good deal of a better picture of the town, but it would bring... I mean, obviously, normally your head coming like up like that with guns around is a very scary thing. The Watchcoat's stealth is holding for the moment. Once you bring your full body over, no such luck. You're going to be thoroughly out of the shadow at that point. However, now that you're in this kind of peak position, other things you're going to be looking for or checking or doing.
Just people close by, preferably not too large a group.
Yeah, you have, again, the two lookouts down below. There was the one person in a nearby ground story that you clocked. They didn't look like a lookout. They looked like they were just watching. And looking from here, you can see evidence of another maybe 3 people inside of ground story houses. Again, mostly up at windows, clearly scared, clearly watching. You clock another muzzle flash. That the one building that has 3 stories has at least 2 people up in its 3rd story, shooting out of 2 different windows. And the other one is, you would actually see the figure who was creeping back to village has entered into the village, and you can see him like heavily clad, like gun at his side, running through the village, like in a low, quick way to try to reposition, probably. Uh-oh. There we go. No problem. It was just a little blippy.
Yeah.
So other actions that Taylor would like to take from here.
I have a follow-up question to what he is about to do, but I think... oh no, it says to a group of listeners. That's fine. So if he were to lower himself back down, would the lookouts be able to hear him?
If he even if he spoke quite quietly through the slat that he climbed up through, they could almost certainly hear him.
All right, so he's gonna get back down to the safety of the rampart. No, not the rampart, the palisade.
Mm-hmm.
How would he put this?
Do you need a moment to think of it?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I can give you a moment for sure. To Kaeranis, and then we will jump back over to Mercy. Okay, so for Kaeranis, as he is like at this point he is about like 2/3 of the way across. So he's getting quite close. There we go. Yeah, it's Jonas.
Hey!
Yeah. So you're at this point about 2/3 of the way across, and like to your left, you can see Phalanx and Evis are charging the 9 o'clock of the town. So
Cool.
how would you like to time this now that you are like barreling full tilt towards the town with bullets pinging off you as you go?
Yeah, I think thing I want to do now. These bullets that are coming at me are all coming from the same building, right?
Can't tell.
Or are they from separate?
That you
Can't tell.
you would
Yeah,
be able
fair.
to see multiple muzzle flashes, but those are across several buildings.
Yeah, so no clue. All right. In that case, yeah, he's gonna continue on with these shields. I think Gareth thinks isn't back by now, right?
No.
Yeah, figured not. Yeah, but in that case, yeah, we soldier on.
Absolutely. And as Kaeranis is running, his foot strikes the ground and it
No.
detonates as a landmine goes off. He is
How did I
thrown
know?
off of his feet and face first onto the ground. But again, 5 pluses to resilience and full plate mean that a landmine doesn't even break his legs. Now, don't get me wrong, though. He is rattled and partially deafened from this thing going off. His legs are aching brutally, and for a moment they feel like they're made of jelly, but they do still work, even if, they certainly aren't thrilled with him at the very moment. That said, it will take him a moment to like regain his bearings, and as it is happening, he feels himself getting raked with gunfire from above as they take the opportunity for him to be down and with no shields to try to break his armor. And in fact, he feels the first bleeder go through. They have a clear firing line onto a flat of his plate, and as such, he can actually feel a bullet pierce like around his clavicle area, but fortunately, it does not go particularly deep. Enough to have a nice thorough bleeder, but not enough to cause anywhere near serious internal bleeding.
Okay. And the salvo is still continuing, yes?
Yes, they're just
Yeah.
opening fire at will.
Steel ball time. I do want these shields to knock back as well.
Oh,
I
yeah?
don't want them to necessarily knock back at them, but I just want the show of force, So I might angle the shield just a bit so that they go barreling off some random direction. Yeah.
Yep. And what is going to be your paired action for the shield wall, and what are they going to be
that's right.
protecting?
Considering I'm on the ground, and you know what? Considering the blast, the earth shapers are probably disengaged anyway.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna smack the ground with his fist because he's a little peeved right now. And I want them to cover me, and just have a bit of an angle so they just go out into the field.
Yep. Absolutely. And as you do so, your shield wall sends like a wave of force when they first materialize. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Is that like in a cone? Oh, I always imagined it as kind of being in a cone.
Yeah, I would think a cone. Yeah.
As the shield wall materializes, the cone of force triggers 5 more landmines that were in front of Kaeranis.
Oh no! Oh boy.
Yeah. And as he does so, triggering this, and that you feel bullets like pinging off of the shields now, though they're not going to rebound in any sort of useful direction, because obviously this is more about like pushing enemies away, of course. We're going to jump back over to Mercy. Mercy, hand in hand with, if you're okay for it, Jonas. If you need another moment, that's totally fine.
It depends on how audible I am.
You're perfectly audible. I can see from about your nose to your chin at the moment. There we go. Perfecto. Yeah, you're perfectly
there
audible.
we are.
Like this. There we go. Yes.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. I apologize that you're dealing with the technical difficulties.
No, this has never happened to me before, so I have no idea.
Good old Discord.
I'm just on my phone now. Mercy is simply, I think Mercy, I imagine sees a good amount of what's happening.
Oh yeah, I will tell you when it syncs up. At the very least, at that moment that I'm going to start with you, she has no idea where Taylor is, and can see Kaeranis up ahead, still kind of in the rhythmic thumping part of Garethings, as Evis, his squire, aboard Phaenix, his horse, are circling around the town.
Yeah, I think even, I mean, can guess probably what that's going to draw, and is trusting, as she told them, like, listen, I can heal you, but I'm trusting you to handle the combat stuff. So I think Mercy is just focused on, like, I can't really do anything from here. I don't have the Wings of Mercy or anything like that. So I need to focus on keeping myself and my hunter safe, and slow and steady wins the race. So she's like, one thing that she has been trying to internalize in her time at Enclave is Enclave picks their agents knowing it picks each agent for a reason.
Yes.
So he's like, okay, the guy who's decked out in a million armor and has got all these he's probably fine, actually. Whatever happens next, when the landmines start going off, she's going to pick up a little bit of pace, but she's mostly like, that guy's fine. So she's just going to continue just trying to, walk with purpose and speed, but like focus on protection, keep an eye out, watch the sight lines, and protect Mahinter most of all.
Absolutely. And she would see, first of all, Kaeranis taking the first bullet. Like, she could see his head jerk slightly, and yet is completely fine. She would
just keeps walking.
Yeah, she would feel Mahinter like grab her head, like, as he like draws in breath. And then the salvo, I mean, obviously she'd see the warning shots first. He just ignores it. You hear his not a jab, right? But like, I'm ready to talk, that he yells out. The salvo that follows, that rips through his shield, smashes his body, and yet he's completely fine. She can hear Mahinter say something, probably in his own language, that sounds like maybe their equivalent of, oh my god, or something like that under his breath. And as he just kind of stares on. And then Kaeranis yells now and starts running. And across to your left, you can see Phaenix and Evis charge the other side of the village. There's shots going off everywhere now. And as Kaeranis charges, he gets quite close to the town when the landmine goes off. This would be like, Mahinter would yell and like stagger backwards. Even though this is like quite a ways away from you, right? It's still disturbing. And for a moment, Kaeranis is thrown to the ground, but you can see him like turn, slam his fists, and create the shield wall as he is being peppered with bullets from above. So obviously, witnessing this entire sequence, you said Mercy is potentially picking up the pace at this point. What direction is she going in?
I mean, the instinct is to go to Kaeranis, but I think she's still just like, I think that guy's got it. She's going to take Mahinter and look for... she's going to try and get around, like, I guess sort of similar to what Taylor is doing, and just try and... he's making a distraction, we will use the distraction. We're going to look for a place to crawl in, or a board to flip, or just anywhere away from that outer or central part of the palisades that we can potentially get through.
The town is again like ringed, and as such you could come at it from potentially any side, but as you're doing so, Mahinter kind of like hauls back a little bit on your hand, and he says, but if there are mines there could be mines anywhere about it.
Oh, that's a great point. I didn't think about the mines, actually. Let me I don't know if my innocent shield will protect against mines. I think. Oh, you know what? No, I've got an idea. I've got it. He knows. So she knows that this guy. Do I know that his job is like he was the electrical engineer? He's the guy who set up the signal and got the train.
Yes, that's all part of your briefing. So you would be familiar of why Mahinter is important.
So Mercy will. Mercy is not as hesitant as I. Mercy will turn to him with just like a very warm smile on her face, and just put her hand on his shoulder, like as he's stumbling away, and pull him back, and just say, Mahinter, I know you just met me and I just met you, but I've heard about you. I heard about what you did for the train. I heard about the signal. I know you are a brilliant man, and you must be very perceptive to be able to navigate this, I'm sorry to say it, hellscape that your world has fallen into. So I'm going to protect us from what's up there, and I need you and your eagle eyes to protect us from what's down here. and I want to extol his virtue of perceptiveness that I'm sure he has.
That's
Truly,
awesome,
truly
actually.
in my depth of heart. Yes.
Yeah. Now, in addition to this, extol virtue does another thing too, which is that it restores essence. Now, even though this is not a magic user per se, being in this miserable place and probably not getting a tremendous amount of sleep will certainly have been taking some sort of spiritual toll on him as well. You can see a light in his eye, and you can see maybe a shy, reluctant smile about his face as I'm not going to say he melts, right? But it's not a terrific like jump from that sort of feeling of stealing himself. And he says, I shall never forgive myself were I to lead you astray. I will do my utmost.
I know you can light the way. And I hope also, I don't know my distance from the Palisades at the moment, but I imagine
Over halfway.
this canyon is somewhat echoey, perhaps.
Very.
So I would hope that some of the people who are at least the ones who are like looking out through the slats can kind of hear me, mention his great accomplishment and how he was the one that brought this train of all these survivors to hopefully start the train rolling on increasing favorability with listeners.
And your vitality stat?
Is 3.
Hell yeah. And as you do so, this time Mahinter takes the first step and begins to pull you rather than you pulling him. He looks towards the ground, fumbles for a moment in his pocket, and pulls out something that, if I recall your sheet correctly, is familiar to Mercy, a hand-cranked flashlight.
Yeah, yes, she's very delighted to see that.
Yeah. And he gives your hand a squeeze, releases it, and begins to like charge it and scan the ground.
She her flashlight I think won't do anything in a specific instance. But she will take out her own hand crank flashlight, which is a guiding light, and she will just aim where he's aiming to try and just emotionally or morally boost him, if not mechanically, and just imagining even a little bit as a child, like with her siblings, kind of like playing hide and seek with flashlights in the barn when it got dark, and sort of taking that warm memory as like, I am not in a war zone right now. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
You see that as you do so, Mahinter's focus breaks ever so slightly, and he looks in admiration. He says, "That's quite a model. I'll need to check the number on it."
Oh, it's not from my dad. It's later. Let's go.
Later. Yes. But you can see that the smile that had started on his face is staying there. And he has he's set and much more confident than he was previously as he scans the ground, and occasionally will kind of, with his, even though he's cranking, his arm is looped through yours. He would occasionally be, to the side, please, to the side, 2 steps right, excellent, keep going forward. And as the two of you would be moving, you would actually be able to see a little bit of what he's picking out of. Obviously, the ground is dry here, and there's not been rain for quite some time. So there are obvious disturbances in it, though whether it's a bullet or something else is a little bit tough to pick out. But there does seem to be something else that he is looking for, which is that as you are looking, where the ground cracks occasionally, the light will catch something underneath, like something a little darker than it should be. And he's clearly looking for that, because since the ground is so cracked and uneven, it's hard to get an even layer over something like a landmine. And as the two of you battleship your way closer to the palisade, we are going to jump back over to Taylor. It's before you make your little speech, you would also hear the landmine go off, though it's out of sight at the moment. Kaeranis is like being sheltered from your view by the palisade.
Well, that is that. Taylor is gonna knock on the palisade as if it were a door.
Yep.
And then go, what did your people do to think you can just refuse salvation? As he tries to summon a cloud of suspicion.
Absolutely. And as the suspicion starts to build, you would hear the gasp of the lookouts. And you would hear, like, they wouldn't say another word. One of them would kind of stumble a little bit away from the wall, and then the other one would stumble a little further, and then they'd both go sprinting out into the village in utter panic. That said, the cloud is building. Actions from here.
Oh, now that he knows that no lookouts are close to the wall, I think he's gonna try and scale it
Yeah,
and get in.
Given that you made it all the way up once, making up twice is not terribly hard. Now, kicking your leg over is obviously a bit on the risky side, but between Kaeranis, Phaenix, and Evis drawing a shitload of fire in two different directions, it seems like the gunmen don't have time for you, at least for the moment. And I'm guessing that you're not going to be lingering atop the palisade for long.
Yes, he's just gonna try and slide, just vault over and try and get into the window. He was noticing a person look out before.
Yep, absolutely. And also, as you are doing this, you would actually hear explosions and from the other side and see Phaenix's outrunning mine explosions. They seem to have a delay, long enough of a delay to get him past before it goes off and shatters his poor horse bones. But as you would, yeah, as you would slide down to the ground, do you want it to go immediately towards that window?
Yes.
Yeah, and you are obscured
Roll
by your
through it,
cloud
if
at this
possible.
point.
Yeah.
Yep. The window is currently closed, though it's not like a glass, like up and down anything. It's like shuttered.
Right.
And so, would you wanna try to like peel it open or something?
If that seems doable without too much noise.
Yeah. It was not closed, or rather shuttered, when you were first looking through. So clearly, sometime between.
And right, we're talking just shutters, as in the kind of thing you would fold
Yep.
onto it instead
Exactly
of just
right.
boarded, which my mind kind of summed up that
Sure.
image.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
a fair
perfectly
few
fine.
windows are boarded, so you are in the right direction.
Yes.
And yeah, like peeling open the shutters, you would hear whispered voices inside. Medley of ages, probably 3 different voices. General tone of panic, obvious among them.
I am coming inside. I do not bear weapons that could harm you. As he just steps through the windowsill.
And you can see that inside, family of 5. And they are like huddled against the far wall. And you can see that the man of the family has his like arms splayed out in front of the rest. And he says, you must leave at once.
Why?
And he blinks and he says, we are under lockdown. No one may come or go.
Well, in case we could get you to rethink that stupid decision, there is a train outside that will take you far away from this goddamn place.
And you hear one of the children pipe up. The mother shushes them. But he kind of looks around and he says, but train to where? There is nothing, nowhere to go. We are waiting out the storm.
I looked at the storm. I think you have about a week's worth of time left in here. The train is going to take you somewhere else. It's a place called Narvul or something like that. I do not care.
Rather,
what
you guys are
place that is.
you guys are in Narvul. We'll be taking to the border.
Over
But
there.
Yeah, Taylor doesn't care about that.
yeah. So pardon me. Yeah, you were the nation you're in right now is Narvul. It would be taken to the border, but we can easily sub that in. Could you please repeat the second bit after I don't care, because it was very funny.
I just think that you would do better over there.
I will tell you, sir, that while I'm sure your intentions are noble, we must stick with what we know works. Please leave.
So you would rather die inside your stupid little hovel than move just outside and be saved?
I do not believe...
Then I shall repeat my
will
initial
die.
question. What did you guys do to think that you deserve to die in this place?
We will not die. We will not. He swallows his tongue again, and then his wife pipes up, just say it. He says, they have a plan, and it works. We know it works. The scarred ignore us. They go around us.
And still all the same are burning your villages and killing your people outside.
Since we fell back, we came back to here, they have not come through at all. Small groups occasionally pass.
And you've tried this for a day?
About a week now. It works. We're safe.
For now.
And he says,
Maybe I should ask the more pertinent question. Does your village support enough food for you to be here more than a week? Or what about the water?
we have rations enough for a month.
And then what? Just stay inside or hope they go away?
As he is trying to figure out something else to say, his wife pipes up. The train that you are from, do they have water aboard?
Yes, enough to get you to a place where there is water.
And where is the place where there
Away
is
from
water?
the
There
sea.
is no place. Everything is destroyed. Narvul is dead.
And you think there's nothing beyond the firmament above of your very beautiful night sky is just a shining light that your god sent here to make you show that he cares?
She looks to her husband, and he swallows and says, I risk my life by saying this. Even if we wanted to go, we would be shot.
Because your town cares about keeping my quarantine. Yes, I got that much.
This is a lockdown. No one in, no one out. We would be shot.
Well, I guess you're keeping a very good job of keeping the people inside jar that will suffocate them.
This is not my
So,
decision to
guessing
make.
that there's no much more sense in talking to you, is there anybody else that I should talk to, or is that guy just gonna shoot me?
The cloud of suspicion has at this point boiled in through their window and is starting to slowly fill the room. He shakes his head and says, you will be shot on sight. We know every face here. The silencers do not bandy words.
So as much.
Their methods work, though. They work well.
For now. I've examined one of those outsiders half an hour ago. I don't think your guns will hold them away forever.
It's not just about guns. They go around us. Most of them. Some don't, but most go around. Only in small groups they come. The defenses hold.
Yes, to test your defenses to see how they can slip through, and then they will send more.
No, it's... As he is shaking his head, however, his wife says, Sir, can you get our children out?
I'm unsure. The way I got in, I'm not even sure I can get out just now.
Should there be a way? We will do it. And you will
If
go
I
with...
find one, I shall get back and look for them.
Her husband says swiftly, and you will go with them. He says, I think if we were all to leave when they take roll, it would not be any convince. I can meet them at the door.
So if I have... Could you get me a bit of detail on the village layouts?
He nods very quietly with his eyes closed. He says, "Every place is a shooting angle. You will not make it out."
That is not my concern. You have a well, I assume?
Yes.
At a food store.
Yes. The silencers hold both.
Right. As seems prudent to them, I guess. Is there more than one food store, or is there just the one?
We have two. He says, and they hold all weapons.
Yes. So I've counted 8 of them. Is that about right?
11. If you counted 8, that means the others are positioned at the well and the food.
Yeah. Good. I think that is all for now. Thank you.
Do not say where you have learned this.
I will go out the way I came in, so they don't even know I was here.
He nods, bows his head, and kind of gathers his family around him. One of the children says, "What is this mist?" kind of waving a hand at the cloud of suspicion.
Taylor will just make a shushing motion and then step back out the window, vanishing into said mist.
And as he does so, the cloud has spread quite substantially, enough to not quite surround the entirety of this house, but also spill into some of the little narrow side streets and alleys around it. Again, it's a village, so there's a lot of space between the houses, but the village
There's
is quite
also,
dense.
I'm presuming, a lot of shadows.
Yes, there
if it's
are.
not already dark at this point.
Yep.
But yeah, I think Taylor will try and go look for one of the food stores.
Absolutely. And are we moving very slowly in shadows, or does he have another plan for this?
Well, I think he might try and look, like, take a quick look by, like, trying and climb onto the house for a second. If that's at all possible, I assume it is.
It takes him a moment to get up there for sure, but...
and then just take a peek and see if there's any immediate dangers on the roofs.
Yep. I will also note, by the way, this house does have a gunner in the second floor. Obviously, you're not going to be like swinging your legs in front of him or anything. You can easily skirt the window, but you will be right above a gunner as you are doing so. The village is made of probably 9 houses, plus 3 other buildings that don't look like houses. One of them looks kind of like a heavy, low garage. Another maybe like a very old, crappy municipal building. And another kind of boxy with a bunch of like deposit things outside. Post office, perhaps? Something like that. The well is very obvious. And you would also see that like a little ways off to the side, they do have a building that occasionally like chugs out a little bit of smoke out of the top, like maybe a workshop or something.
So, closest thing that looks like a food store is gonna be his aim. But from him, like, so he counted 8. Having counted them, he presumes them to be at the front gate right now, taking care of whatever is happening over there.
Looking about the town, he does not see anyone outside of buildings. They seem to all be keeping to their shooting posts.
Right. But if it's 11, there should only be 3 inside the village anyway. Is his assumption. Whether or not that is correct, he will see in a second.
Like not actively shooting at the very least. Given that they're
but
all
I think
technically in the village.
Yes, all the same, I think he's gonna get back down and go with the safety of the shadows.
Yep, absolutely.
To that food storehouse.
Quite. As he is going down, he would also hear an almighty clatter as Phaenix and Evis bust through one of the palisades. They were forced to deviate substantially from their charge and take like a wide, like kind of winding ring to zigzag away and maybe try to get away from some of the aggro they had drawn. But eventually they bust through, not terribly far from where Taylor is as he is climbing his way down. Before we go further with that, however, Kaeranis. Shield wall is up. You are on the ground. Legs are hurting. Actions you'd like to take from here.
Everything hurts. I just got blown up. I think that's good enough call for a beer. He's gonna pull his endless tankard out, down it emphatically. There's still a good bit of distance between me and the Palisades, right?
You're pretty close at this point, about like 3/4 of the way there, maybe.
3/4 of the way. So there's still chance for more mines.
Oh yeah. You did detonate a good number of the ones in front of you and have the disturbed earth to show for it.
But I think, you know what? Actually, I think I have a solution. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? Grabbing the Earth Shapers, and I am gonna make as long an arm blade as I can wield comfortably.
The pokey pole.
The pokey pole.
The pool cleaner.
Yeah. I don't want my ear spoon to break. I'm okay with these guys breaking.
Evis does have that, so you wouldn't be able to use it. Even
oh, that's right. Yeah.
But the pool cleaning pole, you absolutely can. Obviously, it gets kind of ungainly towards the end. It's made of stiff earth, after all. Yeah. But with pokey pole in hand, how are you going to proceed? You still have the shield wall in front of you that's been sheltering you from fire. Obviously, they are not like dumping shots into your shields anymore, given that there's not a scratch on them after all of that salvo.
Let's see.
This does mean, by the way, they have turned their fire towards Phaenix and Evis.
Yeah, even more. Yeah, gotta move. So he's going to be, and he is a little drunk now, so he's going to be staggering a little bit and kind of.
I kind of like the idea of him being like, "Oh, they're not shooting me. Oh my God, they're shooting at the guys. Let me get them."
Yeah. And I kind of imagine that when he gets in an altered state like this, he just gets a little silly, very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I've seen him
Kaeranis,
do it too.
And yeah, so he's going to be going around. He's going to have fun poking around for the mines as he's still trying to move quickly to.
Yep, absolutely. He has, I believe, 1+ to skill, double to vigor. Is that true?
Yes. Actually, I think I have. Yeah, 1+ to skill. Yeah.
Yep, 1 to skill, 2 to vigor. And as such, as you are going through, even though drunkenly, you can get like a pretty decent little sweeping action going, get it like cover as much space as possible. Sure enough, after about 10 seconds of this, the pole goes off. You are not knocked off your socks for once, but obviously it's not necessarily the most pleasant thing. And you can quickly reform the pole and go back at it. That said, the mine going off does draw more fire back onto you once again. And between being drunk and shieldless at the moment, you're eating it. That said, the Endless Tankard does substantially boost your resilience, like your functional defenses. And so even though at this point, you can feel they're breaking your armor in a couple places. They're knowing where to hit, and they are damn good shots. 5 pluses to resilience, plus Endless Tankard and substantial drunkenness say it doesn't matter. The bullets don't even pierce your skin. That said, the mines do still blow up the pole. Then you have to reform it twice more as you mosey your merry way over towards the palisades. But finally, you are in, like, you could poke the palisade with your pole if you wanted to at this point.
I think he will. Actually, just being silly. He's gonna poke it. And now the real question. So the palisades, is there a gate?
No gate whatsoever.
Not, yeah.
They seem, I guess so maybe they slide the slats to get through or something like that, but can't tell.
Well, he's drunk. I think he's just going to go right into trying to tear this wall down.
Yeah. Triple plus to might, I believe.
Yep.
That's pretty good
Yep.
for it. Is he still holding the tankard? Because I'm kind of picturing he is. Like,
I would imagine. Yeah, yeah. Just like loosely holding it. Completely
Mhm.
forgot it's in his hand.
yeah. How does he want to tear down a wall?
So this is wooden palisade or
This is like
is it also made of
former
clay?
pieces of building that have been made into a palisade. So it's mostly wood and like ceramic tile.
Ah, fantastic. Okay. So he's gonna find where there's a joint between, some of the pieces of material. He's gonna get his fingers in there as
Mhm.
far as he can. He's gonna wrench that bad boy as hard as he can.
Oh yeah, you have earth shapers. Ceramic tile is very bad against earth shapers.
Yeah.
yeah. As Kaeranis is manhandling this wall, obviously ripping this open, he was sheltered by the wall from gunfire, but the second he opens it, they just shoot point blank down out of the window towards him. This is the first one since taking a drink that he has felt. It hits through like the nose bridge of his helmet and like bites heavily into his like schnoz. It breaks the skin, causes a bleeder, and the bullet just kind of sticks there. You know, like the old Man in the Moon movie of like the moon and the rocket stuck in his eyes, like that, with a rifle
Nice.
bullet stuck in the nose. That said, again, it hurts. You feel it, but you're also drunk, and so at the end of the day, who cares? Nose ring. As you
Exactly.
yeah, as you rip apart the wall, are you gonna like step through it or like thoroughly wreck it before having to like swing a leg over?
I think he's gonna thoroughly wreck it.
Yeah,
Yeah, in
seems
this
in
altered
character.
state. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very making sure that he's not stacking it neatly, I'm guessing, but just tearing it all the way the hell down as more bullets like slam into him from his back, on the back of his head. Like, again, most of them, they'll break through the armor and they just lose against his skin. But finally, Wall thoroughly defeated. Actions from here.
Do you? No, the wall's not off cooldown, but Gareth thinks should be.
It is.
Right? Yeah. Um, especially enhanced by his drunkenness, he is 100% loving this Gareth thinks here. He's smacking his chest as hard as he can. He's not really even thinking about whether it's actually gonna hurt him or not.
Mhm.
And he's probably hitting a lot of bullets. But he's just going to continue on. Gareth thinking, and he wants to look whichever one that he can see the eyes of, dead on in the eyes. And since he's drunk, that little bit of looking past the person.
Yep.
And he's going to shout out, "You're done. You're with us now. Your chance is to leave, or I'm going to kill you."
And as he is saying this, he feels one of his teeth shot out by one of the rifles. Ow, that one he really feels. Gets him in the back of the throat. Like the bullet lodges in there along with his tooth, and maybe with like a he would hawk it up like a fur ball. However, now bleeding from like an open tooth socket. I'm guessing he's not thrilled about that. Gareth thinks is still technically active though.
Gareth thinks is active. Actually, I think I'm gonna take out one of the animal crackers.
Yep.
It's not gonna heal me, but I'm gonna mush it around and fill the hole with it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. It's probably gonna get infected, but what can you do?
5 pluses to resilience says infection. Haha. Never met him. Before we go further, however, with this scene, let's jump back over to Mercy. With Mahinter's arm looped through her own. He is, to his credit, largely thanks to that extol virtue, is doing a great job of navigating them through the minefield. Actions that she would like to take as they two draw closer to the palisade.
At this point, I don't think she's doing anything specific. I think she's just trying to maintain the innocence shield and help him navigate and just stay out of danger and try and get us out of the immediate sight line so we can try and find an alternate entrance. If she can if she can, I don't know. I mean, probably not from range because she's got low spirit, but she's going to start trying to like feel out from the exterior, like maybe some of the people who are looking through the slats, like anybody or the other lookouts or the closest gunners, just like what's the vibe? Are these people scared? Are these people upset? Or like look out for anything like odd happening between them. But
Certainly.
I think probably with one sensor and one spirit, I don't imagine much.
Yeah, she's not going to get a ton off of it. The things that she would get is, first of all, no gunner attention on her and Mahinter at all this entire procession. Second of all, if there are lookouts there, they haven't sounded any alarm yet. Again, there's slats in the walls, and so she can see through a little bit, but presumably they're not stupid enough to be sticking their face through. In terms of like entrances in, she doesn't see any. Again, at a guess, maybe there's some way to like slide open pieces of the wall or something like that, but this is not a place that is meant to be exited, clearly.
Right.
Other things that she, and in terms of the tone, even though she can't pick out individual people by any means, just a veil of fear hangs over the entire place. It's not like a, oh my God, the scar. It's like, this is Iron Boot kind of fear.
Sure. So then once we get closer to the palisade, if we successfully get up to it without exploding.
Right up to it, no explosions, and Mahinter, after scanning, says, "It seems like they do not put any too close to the wall."
Right, that's probably a good idea. Just keep a lookout for 1 second, okay?
Right.
She's going to take her guiding light, her flashlight, and she's going to kind of try and poke through and like crank it and flash it a couple times to try and get the attention of it. Well, what I'm counting on is it grants high visibility to non-enemies. So I want to grab the attention of a lookout and not a gunner.
Absolutely. And sure enough, within like a couple seconds of you flashing the guiding light, you would hear a voice on the other side saying, You should not be here at all.
Hey, I know. You don't think I don't like being here either. Listen to me. Who's in charge and how can I talk to them?
No, you need to leave.
I'm not going to do that. I need to talk to who's in charge.
You will be shot.
I won't be shot. Just let me talk to who's in charge.
For what purpose?
I don't know if you noticed, but I walked all the way here without getting shot, and that will continue to be the case. Just let me in.
And you would hear Mahinter slight like pipe up and say, "Please, I have seen this person work miracles."
I just want to talk.
There's a pause, and you hear the lookout say, "If I let you in, my life is forfeit."
I swear on... Mercy pauses, actually, as she's about to make this swear that she will not let that happen. Because just a couple minutes ago, someone she was like, "Oh, I'll just heal this guy," got shot in the head. So I think there's a moment of doubt. She's not too personally upset because this is kind of the burden of being a Samaritan and working for Enclave is like, you can't save everyone, people die. But I think she is like, this is a much worse place than I'm used to. I'm not going to make any promises I'm not sure I can keep. So she starts to say that she'll swear that won't happen. And she pivots and says, "I swear I will do everything in my power to keep you and your family and everyone here safe."
There's a pause. The lookout whispers back, "To your right. About 30 paces. I'll open a place for you, and then I am leaving."
Yeah, great, good. And she'll
You hear
smile
footsteps.
and she'll hand one of her one of the medicinal lozenges, the sweets through the slat.
It is not accepted.
Okay, well, she'll dart around to the right and wave at Mahinter.
And he hurries after her. He keeps trying to scan for mines, though his theory of them not putting him close is still holding for sure. And sure enough, you see that there's a section of the wall that kind of like slides open. You hear something like click into place and like a metal latch, and then footsteps running away.
Okay, sure. She comes around. She's trying to give this person something else, like an alm or something, and they're gone. And just like, okay, well, thank you.
And
okay, let's go.
as you and Mahinter pull through, he like looks behind and closes the it's like almost like a barn door, you know, like he says,
If I presume if the authorities see this left open, they will know what lookout is in charge
Yeah,
of this.
good. Yep, good call.
and he says, cover. And he points over towards the crook of a nearby house, like a storm cellar.
Yep. Can we detect? I don't know, like time wise, what sort of chaos do we hear from the rest of the town?
You've heard a good amount of gunfire, and you've also you're hearing Kaeranis kind of like drunkenly yelling as he is disassembling the wall in a different section.
Okay. She has no idea where Taylor is, but she's gonna try. We're gonna stay in cover, and we're just gonna try and cautiously go like around the exterior as much as possible, and look for just like where like either well, first trying to spot gunners just so we like stay out of their sight range, but also look for like some kind of central nexus point that a mayor might sit in, for example. She has no context for that, just is her best guess. And then she's going to keep her guiding light active and be flashing it a little bit every time we come around a corner, just in case Taylor or Kaeranis sees it and knows where she is.
In fact, actually, this would be really well timed because Taylor would actually, now that I know this, just before he climbs down the house, he would actually see Mercy's light. Just like flicker from pretty much the opposite side of town. And Mercy would see a very similar view of the town, but from a completely different angle to what Taylor was at. Again, about 9 houses. Most of them are 2-storied and are, they're standing. Let's put it that way. They have another couple of buildings. They have kind of a low garagey looking one that's only 1 story. They have the well in the center. They have that kind of boxy looking thing. Actually, she's from kind of a village, small-time village sort of thing. So yeah, a post office or something of that nature does seem about right. And then another building that does look quite municipal that she's rather close to.
Yeah, this place is about the tech level that her home region is. So I think that adds as well to like her kind of general distress about the situation. Yeah, cool. I mean, she's not expecting any Taylor or Kaeranis to come to her necessarily, so she'll just like keep it up, make sure that they know where she is and where she's moving, because it won't attract the attention of enemies, thankfully. It's a very nice item. Yeah, just try and make her way toward what then she identifies as the that central
like
potential municipal building. Yeah.
Does she want to approach front door, loop around the side, go towards a window? What?
That's a hard question. I think I think Mercy's pretty confident in her ability to like not be instantly murdered. So I think it's front door, because I think side or anything else would just like seem too sneaky and like set them off. So she's like, I gotta go front door and put my best foot forward.
Is she gonna be like stealing in the shadows, or is she like cutting quickly across the town center to get to it as fast as possible?
We're gonna sneak up until we get inside and then speak up.
As she is sneaking, she would hear a crash from the other side of the town as Phalanx blasts through the far palisade. And Mahinter would like get low in the shadows as well. And as Phalanx starts to charge across the town, kind of in your direction, but you guys are pretty out of sight, Mahinter would say, "A horse did that," towards like the hole in the palisades.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never met him before.
He says, he's eaten more bullets than I have bread.
Yeah, it's that guy. I'm not 100% sure he's human, actually. But don't say that out loud, because they'll think he's scarred, and he's not. He's definitely not. He's fine.
No, he did not. He's not act like scarred.
No, he's great. He's great. Okay.
You would also, at this point, hear Kaeranis's, like, I'm going to kill you thing, and another shot ring out in that direction. Speaking of eating bullets, that's the one that goes into his mouth. But at this point, Mercy...
Does Mercy see that happen specifically by any chance? Because she says that, so I think she's like, but he's not scarred. And then she sees that happen, and she
like,
just is like...
spits it out of his mouth.
And like Mahinter has to grab her and like keep
pull her
going.
towards. Go, quick. And the two of you quickly make your way over towards that municipal building. Before we go further with that, jumping back over to Taylor, climbing down the far side of that initial house that he had been visiting. Phoenix has come blasting into the town and is now like running across the town center. He does not look like he has a specific target. I mean, obviously, there's no gunners on the ground. And it's not like he's going to like go and knock on a door to get let inside and go up to the second floor. However, and he's not just causing wanton destruction. He's just running a ring through the town and like cutting zigzags between the houses to be as big of a distraction as he can. Taylor, with this as the backdrop, what would you like to do?
Well, as was his plan, sneak on over to the closest food storehouse.
What do you think that would be? Because you have the 9 buildings, then the municipal one, the post officey one, and then the garagey looking one.
And the rest of it is just regular houses.
Yeah, it's the others are just the 9 2-story-ish houses.
I think he's gonna be smart and he's going to try and see out of which buildings obvious-looking shooty types are looking out of the windows of, because he was being told that they would be there.
Yeah. So you already have the locations of a bunch of the ones. Are you looking for buildings with potential like hostiles at ground floor specifically, or
Yes.
just
also, additionally, I think if it's a food storehouse, that should be somewhat visible on the outside. Not necessarily that he would know what that is, but it would look different enough from a regular house.
Yeah. In that case, his
assumption.
eyes would be going towards the garage-looking building. It's 1 story. It has like the big bay door in front. It has
a huge barn,
yeah,
essentially.
Exactly, like a big barn. And it also has a couple of like very obvious warning signs out front. No admittance and stuff like that, though somewhat improvisationally created. And while you don't see a like shooter like peering out of a window or anything like that, with Phoenix charging around at ground level inside of the town, you can see that like a slat on the door has like been slid open.
Yeah, he's going to try and get as close to that as possible. And like the house first and then the slat.
Yeah. The slat is at the front door of this garage type thing, of course. Are you going to be circling around to try to find an alternate way in, or do you want to cut towards the front?
Yes, in that case I think he would.
Yeah, totally. This thing does have windows, but they're up on the roof. And unlike the other buildings, which are very climbable, this one's less so. You know, it has kind of more of a rounded design. And as such, it's given that you only have the plus to reflex, the 2+ to skill does help. But yeah, probably not a great climb for Taylor, this one. There is a storm cellar that he finds at the back with two like those big opening doors that like lead down and under it.
Yeah, well, then he's going to try that first.
Locked.
See what the floor looks like from below.
Yeah. Doesn't open. He feels that it's locked from the inside.
Taking a quarrel, placing it about where he thinks the bolt is, wedging it in the thing, and then just boot to the ground, kicking it in. Does that help?
That's actually pretty sick. Yeah. It actually snaps it out right. The lock mechanism inside you find is very old and rusty.
Well, then he's gonna go inside.
The doors groan metallically as you open them.
I think he's actually not even opening both of them. He's just gonna pull one. I think he's gonna throw one open and then just jump in.
Yep. And then hopping inside, pitch black, as you might imagine. Although, as soon as you enter, you would realize something immediately. There's groaning in here, and it's an awful guttural sound.
I'm gonna try something. He is gonna take a deep breath. Yeah. And as he tries to activate Omoriori, he's not like what he's trying to think is, would that scent match the scarred that he has investigated outside?
Yep. And the answer comes back immediate, instantaneous, 100% yes. And there's a magical resonance to this, a pretty strong one too.
These fuckers. Interesting. Hell yeah. We can do something about this. Yeah.
It's low. The Scarred you've heard outside have been bellowing, roaring, howling. This one is quiet and groaning. It's definitely one as well. What are you thinking?
He's gonna look around the room,
Completely pitch black.
close his eyes, focus on his hearing.
He can hear
Face
where
up.
it is. Yep.
And go, I guess I shall let you taste the outside. As he would like to activate Maleus Maleficarum. Take his, I'm calling it a Maleus, it's the Bogatir's bludgeon in hand.
Yep.
And get ready like a baseball pitcher to just hit that magic as it comes and just bash it upwards into whoever's in the fucking storehouse.
And as you swing, you would feel that the magic that infuses the strike is, how to describe this? It feels like an echo of their full power, you know, just a little sliver of everything that they have. And yet there's still enough juice in there that as you swing upwards, the ceiling above you, which is relatively low, would erupt suddenly. And given that you had spoken, you had heard footsteps above responding to your voice. I'm guessing that is where you are directing your swing.
Yes, absolutely.
The man crumples in down, like through the floor towards you. It's pitch frickin' black still, and there's just limbs everywhere. What would you like to do?
Oh, very fun thing. He will use his other hand to pick the firebrand. He will set it alight and will start poking the things until they run outside because he thinks that's probably the best thing right now.
And as the firebrand sets alight, the man who is kind of collapsed like next to you is currently trying to like take you down by grappling your legs and like shove your torso to the ground. What would you like to do?
Well, since he still has the bludgeon in the other hand, that one is gonna go like straight into where he thinks the groin is, or where the groin is. Not sure if there's anything to be hit there yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you like jab your bludgeon down, the man's pelvis is sideways, and as such, it hits him in the hip rather than the groin. And Taylor is brought low and is like tumbles down onto his back as the man tries to like keep him low with one arm as the other hand fishes for a knife. What does he want to do?
So that is your game. You're hiding these things in here and keeping your people inside? Do you think that will last? As he will just knee him into the groin at this point.
Yep. Yeah, that's something you have a firing line on. You can see that the man winces like viciously, and you can see that the knife, which was most of the way towards you at this point, halts for a moment in its path. But he doesn't let go of it, and his other hand is still holding your chest in place. What do you want to do?
Well, then he's gonna let go of the firebrand, punch his wrist into it, and then let loose of the quarrel that's still loaded. With
into where on
sedative, that is.
Into...
just center mass.
Yep. And as you loose the sedative, you feel resistance. He probably had some armor on, but you're close enough that it does pierce. That said, it doesn't act instantly, and he goes plunging down with the knife towards Taylor's chest. What do you want to do?
I think he will, at this point, just move his hand aside to get a grab and then just throw him off.
Yeah, you have 2 pluses to skill, I believe.
2 skill, 1 reflex, and 1 might.
Yeah, that 2 skill is so freaking clutch. Because even as he's going down, grabbing his arm and crossing his body up with it means that the knife is kind of blocked by his own limb and stops just shy of your face. Immediate follow-ups after doing so.
I think this would call for a headbutt.
Yeah, it sounds about right. And as you do so, do you want to like roll on top of him and try to hold him in place while the sedative is taking action, or do you have another thing?
I think that what Taylor would try to do is he would still holding on to him, try and go for an arm, and then just essentially bowl up into a judo throw and try and get him outside. Like, at the wall first.
Oh,
and
I
then
see what you mean.
outside.
Yeah, so you guys are still kind of on the ground, which would mean that you'd probably want to like ram him into like a nearby pillar or something. Do you want to try that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Yes.
sense. And as you do so, his flailing hand with the knife would at one point rake across Taylor's cheek and draw like a deep line into it and take out a little piece of the bridge of his nose. But apart from that, you are spared the blade before his head crashes into the pillar. And between that and the sedative, he finally stops moving. You would also hear that the scarred has gotten louder.
Well, Taylor is gonna push open the other side of the rain cellar door with his thing. Well then, buddy, why don't you show yourself to the nice people outside?
You hear it straining, but you can also hear the rattling of the manacles holding it.
Well, that tracks. But yeah, I think then he'll just leave that be and try and get himself onto the ground floor of this through the hole he had made.
Yeah. Are you still going to dump the guy outside, or are you going to leave him in the basement for the moment?
I think I'm gonna leave him.
Yeah. You have yet to see the scarred. Is this something that Taylor is going to be investigating, or I'm guessing he doesn't?
He has
merits
seen enough of them outside.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's like if there would be an easy way for him to set it loose right now, that would be useful, but there is none to his mind, so he won't.
Yep. And climbing up and through, he finds himself, it's very clear, he's in a food and supply store. Not only is there a good amount of food, there's potable, like some like stored potable water here, but also lots of ammunition.
Well, then he will slowly walk over, start disassembling 10 to 15 of... this is World War One, so is this paper cartridges or is this brass cartridges at this
These
point?
are brass cartridges.
Yes, then he will disassemble 10 to 15 of them.
And
Or
as
try
he
to.
does so, rather proficiently, he hears the scarred down below still roaring and gnashing. It's not bellowing, but it's loud. You can hear it easily from upstairs now. It doesn't get louder, though, of note.
Which is very good, because that means that other people are going to hear it too.
Yeah.
As he keeps on setting up the thing.
Just picture him whistling to himself. Before we go further, however, Kaeranis, jumping back over to you, after spitting out a tooth and a bullet, immediate actions from here. The shot that hit you there, by the way, was the building directly in front of you up on the second floor. But obviously, you've been peppered by a couple of others as well from the nearby proximity. What would you like to do?
Yep. So, is there... Oh, yeah, okay, so all the shots have been buildings. There aren't people, like, right outside.
Yep.
Yeah,
They are
okay.
all in.
That makes sense. I think... Now, let's see. Is that going to be bad? Yeah, you know what? Let's do it anyway. He's going to start smacking the buildings with his earth shapers just to make as much noise as possible.
Are you trying to damage them?
And-
Because they are largely made of clay as well as some wood.
No, I don't think so.
Just
I think he's
smack it,
going to palm these. Yeah, just to make a bunch of noise. And he's going to start shouting out, "Come on out. Hiding's done. It's time you came with us. You only got one choice."
As he does so, he hears a clink from above him.
A clink.
Yep.
Like knocking of a
Sounds like metal on ceramic tile.
definitely investigating that sound.
And looking up, a grenade falls neatly onto the ground directly in front of you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think he's gonna grab that grenade What would be the best place he wants to throw it, or does he want to jump on? No, he's not protecting anyone, so he's not going to jump on it. He's going to throw it. He's just going to throw it right back at the palisade that he had just broken. Break it up a little bit
and
more.
as he is rearing back to throw it, it goes off in his hand.
Oh, crap.
Now, again, 5 pluses to resilience, but in this case, Earth Shapers.
Oh, yeah.
Your right hand Earth Shaper is blown to smithereens. You won't be able to use it for the remainder of the mission. However, on top of that, this is the single worst hit Kaeranis has taken, though fortunately very isolated. It has fractured his hand. Given 5 plus to resilience, plus the endless tankard bonus, even a grenade going off in his hand is not enough to actually break the skin.
You know what? I'm going to punch that broken hand through one of the walls.
And slamming a fist into it. This one doesn't have an Earth Shaper on it, unfortunately, anymore. However, you still punch hard enough to, like, leave a fish-shaped dent in the wall. And you'd actually hear, like, a little set of yelps from the ground floor inside.
Now, that wasn't nice. These explosions have to stop. Use your words, boys. Otherwise, I'm using force. I haven't even begun to show you guys what I got.
As he is saying this... Oh, pardon. Finish up what you were saying.
Oh, no. That was it. Yeah, he's just leaving so and then hands wide. Yep.
You hear from inside of the house a voice, like a cracking voice, suddenly bursts out, "Please, sir, have mercy, have mercy. We are not attacking you. Please, we are not."
I know you're just trying to defend yourselves. And mercy can be had, but you need to parlay with us. He's starting to sober up a little bit.
This is not our decision to make, please. But as he is doing so, he hears another clink from above him.
Oh, crap. Shield wall off cooldown?
No. Nearly.
Yep. Fair. Yeah, this one he's just going to roll away from.
Yep. And as he pulls away, poof, it goes off. If a normal person, this would be very bad. But for him, shrugs it off completely. Yep. This one's not even a slight bit of a problem. You hear screams from inside as the second grenade goes off. And you hear another voice call out, "Please, we don't have that power. We are not the ones who are fighting. We are just trying to hold out. Just holding out. Please."
Well, who can decide?
And as you say this, another bullet lodges into your helmet, and you would hear from up on high a hissing voice through like a gas mask of some kind saying, "Why won't you die?"
Oh, you look... Yeah, shameful. You must be one of the ones involved.
And you can see that the man has actually revealed himself, leaning slightly out of the window. You can see he has on a heavy, heavy mask. Definitely some sort of adapted gas mask. Reasonably heavily armored, but mostly in leathers and the like. Big, heavy coat on as well. Rifle not dissimilar to the en-henmindari's own. And as he leans out of the window, he says,
"This is your chance to parlay. And by parlay, you can leave. We are staying. No one may come, no one may go."
Oh, I think you're leaving. He's going to pull out the ear spoon now.
Yep. Edis still has it.
Oh, that's right. So in that
imagine
case,
this whole mission, Kaeranis just continually keeps reaching for it.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh, it's not there. I'm going to pull out the longest messer, then. Flip it over, blade in hand. And he's going to chuck it right at this guy's leg.
Yep. As you throw, he ducks his way back into the window, and the longest messer slams into the the window frame that he was about. I don't know if you have a cute idea of how to activate its effect off of that, but if you do, then I'm all ears.
Ooh. Yes, I do. So I'm going to have to energy work this because it's not in my hand, right? So
Let's hear it.
yeah. he's going to be thinking about all the shots he's taken and all the explosions they've thrown at him. And oh my goodness, my cats are chaos. I'm sorry.
The real life
Just knocking
zoo.
things over. Yeah. Anyways, he's been thinking about the explosions, and he's pretty annoyed that this guy has only just now showed himself after all this trouble.
It's so dishonorable. Seriously.
So dishonorable. I don't know how viable this is, but I want gunpowder to fall out of that hole.
Ooh, that's interesting. So yeah, the Langesmesser's effect is that when it breaks something, you can pitch something to spill, like more than it
Right.
should hold. Let me think about that.
But we're pitching something completely different here. Yeah.
I will give you, rather than gunpowder, I will give you shell casings.
Cool. That works. That works.
And so, like, lodging itself in the, like, wall or, like, surrounding the window and, like, hacking into it, it would actually cause a few of their spent shell casings to start spilling out.
Cool. There's still enough in the air. Is there a torch on any of these houses nearby?
No.
Oh, crap.
Keep them very low profile.
Yeah. You know what? A torch can be a weapon.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to two arms a torch into his hand, and he's going to throw it up there
Paired action.
at homeboy. Yes, paired action. Well, if you don't want to parlay, I think we got to show some force. Chuck the torch right into that.
And as you hurl it, while the gunpowder is not enough to detonate, it is enough to light a fire. That
Perfect.
jumps onto the in the gunpowder residue that's left all about the wooden framing of the building. And you hear from up above, the man kind of like mutters a low swear, and like it starts to he's completely out of view of the window at this point as fire starts to leap into the sky. Follow-ups from Kaeranis from here.
Yep. Follow up. He's going to rush in as close to the building as he can. He wants to wait for this guy to come out.
Yep.
Because he's got to come out.
As you rush inside, you can see that immediately there's people about you. There's maybe 2 families worth of people. There's like 6 people here.
Oh,
and
I
you
gotta
can
get
see
those
that
guys
they
out.
immediately are holding up their hands. Please, please, nothing.
You're not going to get hurt. You must leave this building, though. It's coming down.
And they don't protest. They seize up their children and sprint from the building. But even though like you can hear the fire crackling up above you, the man isn't being flushed out. There's only one staircase that leads out of here. What do you want to do?
How tall is the room?
It's not huge. Like you can pretty comfortably put your hand flat on the ceiling.
Perfect. I'm going to punch the floor.
With which hand?
With the... You know what? Let's just go ahead and use that broken one.
Thump. Don't even feel
That'd
it.
be good for something.
The effects of the overflowing keg are still, I forget the name, are still there. However,
Oh, yeah, the endless tankard.
yeah, endless tankard. Thank you. That said, you would also hear a clattering on the stairs.
On the stairs. Oh, cool. All right. Do I see motion?
Yeah, a grenade rolling
the stairs.
happily down the stairs towards you.
Oh, this guy. You know what? Is shield wall back up?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. I'm going to put a shield right below me as I stomp the ground, and I want this knockback to send me through the roof.
Are you like
To the
literally
floor.
like Kool-Aid Manning through the floor?
Shield jump.
Yep.
As you slam up through the ground, you come up like behind the guy who is crouched next to the staircase, fire licking at the walls around, clearly trying to hunker down. But as you explode up through the floor, he turns around towards you, aiming his rifle towards you with a bayonet on the end. You hear him yell underneath his gas mask like a war cry, you know, like a bonsai sort of thing. But as you blast up in front of him, what do you want to do?
I want to grab the end of the gun with my good hand,
Yep.
and I'm going to smack it back at him, hit him with the butt.
Don't. That's awesome. He tumbles down, and you can see that it cracked part of the gas mask on his face. His hands go for other weapons, but he's low on the floor, and you're standing up above him with the rifle in your hand. Barely, through your resilience, through your earth shapers, through everything, you can feel that the barrel is very hot from how much he's been shooting at you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so it's been a while since Kaeranis has had a chance to tackle someone. So he's going to tackle him. And
Squish.
yeah, I think he's even going to just try to take him out the wall, just like Kool-Aid Man Den. And if he goes falling, I want to try to turn my body in midair and take myself so this guy doesn't just die.
Oh, yeah. Thudding out another wall, crashing down to the ground, holding the man. You hear a telltale clink.
Oh, no. Another one? Well. And it's got to be right next to me.
Yeah.
And this guy, well, I want to kill him. We shouldn't let him die. All right. Just the hand's broken. My arm is still movable.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So, gonna keep that arm holding him. Good hand, pulling off the helm. And I'm gonna put the helm over the grenade.
That's actually sick. That's such a good play. And holding it down. You know the like Bugs Bunny sticking a finger in a gun sort of routine?
Yep.
Between like Kaeranis' triple might and the quint resilience, obviously, is still pulling big play here. But despite triple might, obviously the helmet blows sky high. You're not holding an explosion and like that. However, that said, it doesn't break your hand. The explosion goes out. Like, you take a good chunk of it to the side, not a big deal. You have enough toughness layered upon you to take it. Your helmet's long gone, though. It's Team Rocket up into the sky. That said, as you do so, the man who's like breathing against your chest just kind of whispers, "Are you one of them? Is that why you do not die?"
Start? No. No. No way. I'm just really hard to kill.
He says, "You are like a locomotive. We can do nothing." And he says, "I cannot organize a surrender. We will fight to the last man."
Oh, now, come on, man. You don't need to do that. You do see what you're dealing with here, right?
He says, "No, I do not see. You are an insane man who cannot die."
I mean, you either die to me, or the Scarred, or you can just come with me.
You hear
Easy
hooves
enough.
blasting past, and Eva screams, "What am I supposed to be doing?" as he like Doppler effects past you.
I think now... Oh, no, but he's going to get shot. You know what? Evis, break the doors.
And he says, "They don't have doors, but I'll break the wall again, I guess."
Works for me.
He starts going for the palisade.
Oh! I'm at the doors of the building.
And as you say, he says, "I'm gonna be specific," as he like steers Phalanx around. But as he's doing so, Kaeranis, helmetless, eats another hard shot, this time to the cheek. And this one breaks.
I figured that was going to happen.
Yeah, he takes it through the cheek, breaks a tooth, and like lodges between two other teeth. This one hurts. This is the worst hit he's taken by far. And he's now pissing blood out of his cheek and is speaking with a slur because of like the impromptu ballistic dentistry.
Yep.
Ballistic dentistry.
It's a focus word for you.
I love that. actually think I might need a minute to think
Take
about
it.
my next action.
We're going to
here.
jump back over to Mercy.
Yeah, thank you.
Because Mercy, turns out Kaeranis is a very good distraction as he is beating a house down with his bare fucking hands. But also, Evis and Phoenix are just running circles everywhere. And they are desperately trying to hold under fire and just like relying on moving and zigzagging as like erratically as possible to make it so that these admittedly fantastic shots have a hard time drawing a bead on them. In summary, chaos. But you've reached the front door of this municipal building at last. It's covered in impromptu signs. No admittance.
She pretends not to see the signs and just tries the door.
Yeah. And unsurprisingly, it is locked. And Mahinter, like looking over his shoulder, terrified of getting like a random pot shot at, says, "Well, I can take a look at it if you would like."
Sure. Yeah. Take this. I take out a ribbon and I tie it around his finger and it into a set of mundane lockpicks.
And as you do so, he says, "Goodness gracious. Where do you even keep all of these? You move so fast I could not see you put them into my hand."
Yep. And I turn around and I just look out.
Yep. And as you do so, you hear him fumbling. "Yes, okay, just it's been a little while." And as the scarf kind of billows around you, fortunately, no shots come in.
Ooh.
And instead, click. "Got it," he says. "Old lock. Easy to get through."
Great.
Here. And he opens the door and says, "Oi!" And he's face to face with a pistol.
Mercy will immediately just turn around and whoever is with like not even trying to get a sense of who it is. She knows that these people are willing to just kill and without really caring what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So she is going to I think she's not going to try talking because I think she expects that if she starts being like, "Don't do this, you have good in your heart," he's just going to shoot him. So
She's learning fast.
yeah, so Mercy will just try and basically like whip off her scarf and like throw it around Mahinter and like pull him to the side to put herself in harm's way.
And as she wraps the scarf, the gun goes off, and miraculously, the bullet is drawn to the scarf. You see Mahinter just close his eyes, ready for it.
As he's recoiling from that, she'll start talking to the like,
Yep.
"Listen, stop! Don't do this. There's a better way."
And the other hand brings another pistol, this time, once again, as you might imagine, to Mercy's temple. And you see the man's wearing a gas mask and has on heavy, slicked leathers, as well as, for some reason, like what look like headphones, perhaps.
So he can't hear me. I see the problem. Those are my two skills, is talking and scarf. She's, she doesn't have sufficient like physical stats to make this really I guess this is energy work. She's gonna try and whip up her guiding light and put him, I mean, it's an item, not an ability, but she's gonna try and casually, almost like not even like, I'm gonna blind you, but given the gas mask, she's going to try and shine the guiding light in his eyes in sort of an effort of like, this is the light of my like honesty and kindness. Like it's not so much stunning him by blinding him, but just being like, no, there's truly like compassion in front of you that you're about to shoot.
And as she does so, looking into the cold, blank face of the gas mask.
And she's not scared of the gun at all.
Yeah. The gun goes off. She's on the ground, her heartbeat in her head. She is gasping for breath. She's in pain, but it's not like blinding pain. It's bad, but it's not atrocious. And she can hear like muted yelling and screaming immediately around her and stomping on the ground.
Is she still holding her flashlight?
Yes, she is.
She's gonna just try and like she staggers like to her hands and knees and just shines the flashlight up and just tries to like hold the guiding light high and drawing attention to herself, but also the drawing the fearful and lost people who she assumes are screaming to hopefully not like protect her, like she doesn't want anyone sitting in her way, but like calm the vibe of the room by being like, this is a calming presence.
And as she does so, there's like a couple of seconds of just throbbing, like deafened pain. And then she feels hands on her face. She sees Mahinter like pulls her face up to face him. He is bleeding like badly. He has a big cut over one eye. His jaw is hanging a little slack. Maybe his jaw is broken. And he says, he can barely hear him. He says, "Oh, you're alive." You see, he almost looks like he wants to cry. He says, "You're alive."
For now, I'm going to grab his face as he's grabbing my face. I don't have enough hands for this. I'm not going to grab his face. I'm going to clutch my amulet with my free hand and push like my forehead into his and try and give us both a bit of healing.
You feel him trembling and he whispers, "I killed him. I killed him."
Wow.
Okay, just calm. Just breathe with me. Okay, breathe.
And you feel him just kind of trembling, shuddering, saying it over and over again. But as you do so, you hear another voice. The voice comes in, "Oh my God." And then quickly over. It's a stranger. No. And Mahinter is completely like tuning it out. He's gone. He's just whispering to himself. You feel the healing power of your Asclepian rushing through. Of course, it's not going to heal both of you as fast as it would heal one, but it is still making a difference. And given that your face is pressed up against Mahinter, what would you do?
As soon as the bleeding has stopped on both of us, so she's not going to try and fully heal the wounds, but as soon as the bleeding has stopped, she will back up and try to, and like, what's going on? How many people are there?
She sees a young woman accompanied by two younger girls. You see that they're not wearing gas masks. They're not wearing any of that. They don't have weapons, but they look petrified. And you see that they're like staring at the dead man with the gas mask, staring at his guns, staring at the door, and just looking frozen in place.
How Mercy falls back to her knees next to the dead man. How dead is he?
He's been shot through the side of the head.
Yikes. Okay.
It looks like they were grappling like a lot. You see, for example, like a combat knife laying bloody on the ground next to them as well.
I think Mercy doesn't either realize it or doesn't choose to believe it for at least a moment. She tries to, she keeps clutching her Asclepian and she tries to focus on this man's wound and kind of close it and stem the bleeding, and it like there's no life there, and she backs up for a second and shakes her head. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry, but we need to get you and everyone here out of here. Who is doing this? Who is keeping you here?
And you see, as they shake their heads, not like in concert, right, but just independently, the oldest among them, she's probably younger than Mercy, frankly, would say, "You're in pain. You'll need to be killed. I'll need to put you down."
It's not like that. It's not like that. We can leave. We can leave. We can all leave. We can get on a train and we can leave.
There's nothing. We need to stay. It's the only place that's safe, and it's only safe
If
when
you
no one's in pain. Don't you get it?
If you stay here, it's going to come to you no matter what. You cannot outlast it. We need to leave. We can leave right now.
We've seen them move around. The silencers have a way. They have a way to keep them away. We just need to stay. We need to hold out.
And when you are alone in an island of the dead, what will you do then? Please, just tell me who is doing this. Who is keeping these orders?
And you hear next to you Mahinter just kind of wordlessly slump to the ground just next to the corpse, just shaking and whispering to himself. But as you do so, one of the younger girls pipes up when the older one stops speaking. She says, "Silencers! The silencers!"
Where?
She says, "There's a group of 11 wearing masks like this man, and they have all the guns, and they are doing the rationing, and they have a plan. It's a plan to keep us safe. The Scar do not come close, but the Scar are drawn to pain, and so anyone in pain needs to be killed."
Right. And is there any of them who is the lead silencer, or are they all just working together?
No, they work together.
Okay, just get somewhere safe, get into cover. I will make sure that we're not in pain, okay? The Scarred will not come here, I promise.
But they will. You are in pain. It's close to them like a beacon.
I won't be for just a minute, so just get to somewhere safe. And when you see this light, and she'll like scrabble and pick up her flashlight, when you see this outside, follow it, okay?
The word light kind of jerks Mahinter back to life. And he would look to your flashlight and says, "You need your hands." And he offers to take it for you.
I don't know that she does want to do that. She'll hand it to him for now. She might try and take it back later, but she'll hand it to him, and then she will, with her now free hand, she will give him one of the medicinal lozenges and take one for herself and resume healing both of us with her Asclepian.
He tremblingly puts it into his mouth and starts to crank the flashlight. It seems almost to be more of just something to do than anything else.
Yeah.
But as he does so, he says kind of numbly, "Is this one of the en-henmindari suppositories?"
It's not a suppository. It goes in your mouth. It's something. It's from me. It's a gift from me. It'll keep you.
He says, "Does it?"
Oh no! Yeah, it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. She remembers the other thing which she did not put in her mouth. What she had put that in her pocket, I guess. What does that look like?
It looks like a tooth brace. You know, like one of those metal girds that you wear to correct jaw posture. It's like that, but it has like a capsule in it as well that looks crackable.
Got it. She shakes her. She's like, no, not that. Just suck, okay? Bite it if you want. It won't kill you. It won't kill you.
You hear the lozenge crack under his teeth immediately, and as he just kind of like rocks back and forth, he says, "They have a radio here," pointing dumbly across the room.
Light bulb goes off over Mercy's head. She's like moving to like clutch her Asclepius again and heal both of them, but then she thinks for a second. She's like, I did see Kaeranis get shot in the face and spit out his own tooth.
Yeah.
And I know he doesn't have healing, so I don't think whatever pain we're suffering right now is going to be a significant additional draw to the Scarred. Because he's there were explosions. She assumes that's part of it. Doesn't know all the specifics, but she's like, there is pain happening here already.
Oh yeah.
So actually, I'm not gonna keep worried about that right now. So as long as the bleeding has stopped, she will stop healing again and like pat him on the shoulder, and she points to him and she's like, "Don't stay calm, please. Please don't do anything. Just be." Actually, can you help me with the radio? Because I'm not sure I'll know how it works.
Yes, I can do it. I know the model.
Great.
She seems delighted for something to do.
Worried he was going to pick up the gun and do something else. She will. She'll bring him over to the radio then.
Yeah, he lets himself be led over to it and immediately starts to deftly flick at the switchboard. He says, "Who do you want me to? I can put a message to the train."
No. I want to speak to the people. Do you think there are other radios in the village?
We can find that out very quickly. And he like toggles a couple things. He reaches his arm around. You hear him fiddling with wires at the back, and then you hear like a little, and then like a little, and he says, 1, 2, 3, 4 radios. Let me check. You hear another series of clicks. He says, 3 of them are small.
Okay, I'm gonna guess that. I hope that the silencers have them. Jeez, this wasn't where I was expecting to do this. Oh, my head hurts.
He looks
Okay.
around in immediate concern and says, "Do you need help? I can try to find something to
No,
help you out."
just. I'm fine. Just make sure can we broadcast to all of them
Yes,
at the same
I
time?
can patch it through easily. And you see he fiddles with again another thing, switches a few things, and then turns a dial, and you hear a little, and he pushes over like a little like old timey like ring microphone towards you.
Wow. Okay, great. Put it to the train too, just so they hear, just so they know what's going on.
Right, easy. I know our signature well. Static sounds. He nods
Great.
to you.
So she'll kind of shake her head and listen. She's thinking of, seeing this happen to her hometown and seeing this happen to her farm and the dead man who's over there on the ground, which she's really upset about. And she's thinking of that mote of anger that she had, that they would shoot these people who are just trying to help them, like so aggressively violent against, a good heart. And she, as much as she can, like puts that aside, and probably is not fully successful. I think there's more, maybe not anger, but like almost disdain or like pity in this speech than she normally would have. But she just hits the button and she just hopes that this goes to the right people. And she says, "I speak to the silencers of this village. You have been silent for too long, so hear my voice now. My name is Mercy, and that is what I bring. Your plan, whatever it is, will not last. The Scarred are coming, and you have already caused the deaths of people, your own people, and people who were just trying to help you. People who gave their lives to get other survivors here and who would do anything to make sure that you can get out safely, who still want that for you, even though you have already hurt one of them, killed one of them. So if there's anything in your silent hearts that can feel that still, just put down your guns for 10 minutes. And anybody who wants to leave can leave. You can follow the light. I'm going to wait a few minutes, and then I'm going to lead the way out. And if any of you take shots at your own people, you're going to have to deal with my friends, who are also here, who you can probably hear. And I don't think you'll like that very much. Just peace for 10 minutes. That's it. Just 10 minutes. Think of the children. Think of the children. And then she kind of like collapses back into a chair and holds her head and maybe starts trying to heal herself up back a little bit more.
You hear the radio like turn off from it, and Mahinter kind of like falls to his knees beside her. He says, "Do we leave once we wait?"
We give it a minute, and then
Right.
we go out. Yeah.
I'll put the light out of the door to bring people.
We're gonna, well, yeah, no, that's fine. This is a central location. That's good. We'll start here and then we'll go. Yeah, that's good.
Right.
That's good.
Right. And he nods, steels himself, and goes towards the doorway and starts to crank the light. And as he does so, you see that one of the girls who was in here has come over to Mercy and kind of pushes something into her hand. It's a syringe of some kind. She says, "Anesthetic. We ration it."
Oh, you're so sweet. What's your name?
And she blinks and looks scared as though she's in trouble.
No, it's fine. What's your name? I'm Mercy. It's nice to meet you.
And she says, "Mia."
Mia. That's a very nice name. Thank you. I don't need this. You should hold on to it. It'll be useful later. I'm okay, I promise. Just come with me, okay? And she'll take Mia's hand and lead her kind of hobbling over to the door.
Yeah. And as
straightening up slowly as we approach, as the Asclepian does its healing work, I imagine.
It certainly does. As you are doing so too, the other two who were in here kind of gather around Mercy, though they do have to step over the body to do so. And as this is happening, however, a new sound would join the general chaos outside. That
Great.
of a distant collection of roars echoing through the valley. Before we go further, however, Taylor, back over to you. Climbing up through, you have disassembled your series of bullets and have made a dang fine collection of gunpowder. What would you like to do?
Is a question. I heard there is grenades. Is there any in here, or is it just bullets?
Is he fishing around for him, or is he just going with what he can see?
He's just going for what he can see.
Yeah, in that case, he would not. He would just see like rounds.
Alright. Anyway, the guy that did stab him did not have any firearms on him.
The guy that did.
Or is there a rifle suspiciously leaning against a hole in the wall?
Well, the thing is, when you were fighting him in the basement, it was pitch black, so you have no idea if he dropped it. For example, when he fell through the hole.
But I don't see any around.
There are actually spare backup rifles and firearms in this room too.
All right, I guess. If they want to make my work easy, and he will just pick one of them, put it down. He is a little bit intelligent. Does he think it's a good idea to stay in the room when he starts lighting the pile of gunpowder and what I assume is probably going to be copious amounts of grain?
Yeah. Obviously, that's going to burn, and then that's going to blow. Because obviously, there's a lot of live ammo in here. That said,
too. Yeah.
It's probably going to take a little while. It's a dirt floor, or not a dirt floor rather, but it's like a heavy wooden floor. It's not very flammable because wood takes a while to burn. The sides are not super burnable either. It's nowhere near like the more I guess threadbare construction of the other buildings here. It's a bit more sturdy, and so even if you do light it up, it's probably going to take a while to spread unless you like set the fire right in the flour.
No, that would be stupid. I think he's gonna make a neat little line with his gunpowder.
Yep.
Then he's gonna. I think he'll set up one of the strikers. So is this still a external striker, or is this firing pin with a tiny mechanism inside the bullets?
Firing pin.
Yeah, he's gonna set one of them up so he can plink it with a quarrel from the Balestrino.
Yep.
Get himself another one of those nice rifles.
Mm-hmm.
Load it as much as that rifle can take.
Yeah, it is single shot, but it's a very quick reload. So you take that.
Well, then another hand, bullets is going to go into a pocket that surely the watch code has.
Quite.
And, well, yeah, then he's going to probably drag open the barn door using it as a bit of cover.
Yep. And opening the barn door would reveal quite the chaos beyond. This would actually sync up just at the same moment that Kaeranis Kool-Aid Man's out the wall of the second-story building. The second time he does, slams down to the ground. And so you'd see the exchange with Evis riding past. You would see Kaeranis get shot through the cheek. And obviously you'd see him like all the time, like grappling this one gas masked man. Actions that Taylor would like to take, both seeing this and
Yes.
during it.
So his operation would be to slowly walk out, and anytime he sees a gun peeking at him, he's gonna try and shoot at it.
Is he
As he
walking out
gets
like
out,
right into the town center, or is he staying shadowy?
Yes, like he's walking out, he's gonna try and like look back for a second to use the quarrel to strike
Yep.
the gun that he set up.
And it starts to burn. 2 pluses to skill means
And then he's
short range
immediately
shot is
gonna assume a shooter stands with the rifle and gonna scan around for rifles aimed at him.
Yep. Well, another thing he would see is his cloud of suspicion, which at this point has grown large enough to cover about a third of the town, though not the part that has you, Kaeranis, or indeed Mercy, though you don't know where Mercy is at the moment.
I think the next step was, as he does this, he's gonna try and find his way back to the house that he barged into earlier.
Yep, and that would bring you
But I
clean into
think-
the cloud, too.
At this point, as soon as he gets to the edge of the cloud, he's going to start knocking on doors and asking people to get outside anyway, since the broadcast, I assume, was heard rather laterally.
Yeah, indeed, that's actually a great point as well, because once you exit the barn door, you would actually hear Mercy's broadcast playing from several different radios in different houses. Not only is it like reasonably loud, but even when some of the radios are cut, the other ones still play it. Mercy's triple plus vitality pulling a very heavy weight in that.
Is there one coming from the basement? Just out of curiosity, not a luck pitch.
There is, in fact, one coming out of the basement. Though that one commingles with the increasingly gnashing grunts and cries of the scarred.
Yeah. Yes. So then that's what he's going to do. Slowly, calmly walk through the door, ask the people to evacuate.
And primed by Mercy, they do. Rushing out into the cloud of suspicion and following the light, the guiding light, rushing out across the town center. Now, Taylor would also be able to see the light across the town, poking out of that municipal building. As he's going door to door, I'm guessing he's going quite quickly, would be my assumption.
Yes.
The only thing he would find that is complicated is at the 4th house, as he knocks and calls in, no answer from inside. That said, he knows there's people inside of here. Both because this is right next to the house that he first came in through, and he saw people shooting from up inside of it. But also, the sound of gunfire has largely gone quiet, partially because the cloud of suspicion has grown so loud that they literally can't shoot out of here. Perhaps they've repositioned. But every other house has had people in it, and this one has no reaction to your knock.
I think he's gonna gently see if it is locked, if the door is locked.
No.
He's gonna open it.
And as you go to open it, you are immediately greeted by the sound of a shot from inside, which wallbangs you through the door and actually would take you quite substantially in the stomach. Now, going through a hard wooden door means that you don't take as much force as it would have. But
the other question is, with a +2 sensory, does he hear it click before it is fired?
No.
Like, does he hear the trigger pull?
No. It's between the fact that it would be through a door with the sound of door and also the sound of other stuff going on in the town. Maybe in perfect quiet, he could pick that out with +2 sensory, but not in this case.
But
or
yeah,
with an older gun.
Yes, I think his main concern was to shoot back at the rifle over it dodging it anyway.
Yeah. Does he want to just fire back the second he hears it go off?
Yes.
Yep. As he does so, he hears inside screaming from many voices, suddenly breaking the quiet. He also hears gruff voices inside, harshly ordering people to stay still. That said,
I suggest you get out now before I shoot all of you.
And will Taylor still be standing in the doorway area as he is saying this?
I think he's going to do something different. I think he's going to grab the handle of the door and try and slam through its like anchor points and just use it as a forward shield as he runs into it.
The door is
No.
quite old, and as such, a shoulder check with a plus to might can knock it off its hinges pretty effectively. As he rushes in, he hears more shots going off. One of them clips him in the leg, the other one misses, but eventually he hits someone solid, definitely a person. It is, as you might imagine, very dark in here. The cloud of suspicion has
And
thoroughly
immediately
permeated.
use the rifle in his other hand to just stab into there, even though that's not a stabbing weapon, I know.
It does have a bayonet.
Well, then it is a stabbing weapon
Yep.
and it's going
All
in
of
there.
their rifles have bayonets, and circling around with like an impromptu spear and shield, you feel it hit someone. You hear like a from behind. You hear more scream, "Please, please be careful, please!" But through the chaos,
Outside!
you hear another shot
Is-
go off. You hear another scream. People are starting to like blindly fumble their way out of the room. But as they do so, the person that you're like barging with the shield, you've pressed him up against a wall.
Do you not want to go outside and be free?
And you hear from the other side of the wall, the just kind of like a grunting, growling voice from behind it. They don't give any response, but what you do hear is you do hear the click of a rifle being reloaded behind you.
Well, then he's just gonna go and just stab for where he thinks the head is.
Yep. And as you turn and strike, their bayonet also responds. Clearly they've seen you spin and turn, and they parry your rifle with their bayoneted rifle as well. That said, as Taylor's weapon is pushed off to the side, he feels his midsection just start to throb in pain as the adrenaline from initially being shot is starting to give way to just the fiery burning of the bad wound.
Quick question.
Oh, yeah?
Can Kaeranis hear all this commotion from where he's at, or is this
yeah.
further? Okay.
So since Cloud of Suspicion is still going on, I'm assuming it's not off cooldown.
No, it is not off cooldown.
I'm gonna try and do something anyway.
Yeah.
So you said they had gas masks, so there is something identifiable eye-looking about this.
Yes.
Going back for quite a few missions, Taylor remembers that he once used Cloud of Suspicion inside of a person's head. And he would like to, staring at the person, try and push that shit in there.
Give me
As
some
he
more paired
continues
action.
pushing them against the wall.
Yeah, give me some more
Like,
paired
he's
action
continuing
for it, too.
pushing them against the wall. Now there's no longer door, just like they're wrangling with the bayonets. I think with the additional might, he'll just squash him against the wall.
Or rather,
no
the guy
longer
with the
trying to
bayonet
stab
was
him.
from behind him. It's a different guy than the one he's pinning against the wall.
Oh, there's two of them.
Yes, there's two
And
of
that
them.
changes things. So then he's just gonna look at the one he's not wrangling with.
Yep, you can see his silhouette through the cloud of suspicion. He's obviously just parried your bayonet to the side and is looking like he's about to like step in to like get right up close and personal.
Yes, I think that he's just gonna focus on. Well, that is a gas mask, which on and all is supposed to keep things out, but also would keep gases in,
It's true.
right? So as he imagines filling that space inside there with the cloud, he's just gonna stare him down some more.
So literally just like holding position.
Yes.
And as the man like steps in towards you, and goes to like maybe throw a punch, maybe like do a rifle butt to the face, something like that, you see him like freeze and stagger, and his hands jump to his face as his rifle drops to his waist, like strapped to him. And you see him like wrenching with the gas mask, trying to rip it off.
Taylor is gonna use that break to, like, I'm not sure if the other one is even paying attention to that, but he's trying to wrench the rifle out of that one's hand with the butt of his one.
Yeah, the one who's like trying to get it off his face, or the one you've pinned.
Well, the one he has pinned. The
Yeah.
other one seems occupied.
Absolutely.
But he will accompany that with a, I am being paid to save all of you. Do not make that work hard on me.
And as you wrench the rifle out of the pinned one's hand, you feel the rifle is slick with blood, so clearly he was hurt before you pinned him even. And as you pull it out, what would you like to do?
If even better than wrenching, would it be possible to just throw him towards the doorway with that lever?
The way that he's like pushed up against the wall, you could actually, because the rifle's strapped to him like a guitar, so you could like yank his body out from around.
Yes. And then with a very ungentle kick following that, kick him out the door.
Yep. As you are doing so, the man like wrestling with his gas mask, you hear him like muttering under his breath, "No, no, no, get out of my head, get out of my head." But as you are doing so, jumping back over to Kaeranis. Now, Evis and Phoenix are still trying their best, but Kaeranis would also be like, the moment we cut back to him, this would be when Mercy's message comes through, loud and clear. He would hear it playing from buildings, and he would hear a few of the radios cut, but also the shooting is slowing down massively. Like, in terms of shooting that's going out, like, and being a problem for you and Evis and Phoenix, it's drastically diminished.
Woo. So he's still got that bullet embedded. First thing he wants to do is this guy that's on him. He's still not sure if he can kill him or not, like allowed. So he's just gonna knock.
Yep.
He's got him in the chokehold already. He's just gonna knock him out.
Easily
set him
done.
up against a wall. Yeah, this is the gentlest he's been so far.
Thud.
And he's gonna pull his mantle around, kind of hold it with his arm because he doesn't have two hands to do this, but holding it, and then he wants to rip off a bit, wad it up, and put it over the seeping blood.
Yep.
He's not gonna pull the bullet out because that's just gonna make it gush. Yeah. And then he wants to go to where he's hearing all this commotion. And he thinks he heard, well, he doesn't know him as Taylor. He knows him as Officer.
Mm-hmm.
But he thinks he heard Officer's voice. So he's like, okay, this is where I need to be next. He's going to come rushing over.
As he goes barreling into the cloud of suspicion, he can't see anything. I mean, he can see something. He can see shapes moving, things moving about.
Yep.
He has a kind of an idea where the buildings are, but it almost feels like the mist is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. Not literal. This would just be a perception for Kaeranis, especially in a still kind of drunk, wild amounts of pain, going through it sort of state. And so I could see him like maybe even pausing as he enters, being like, where the fuck am I?
What is all this? Yep.
But you do once again hear the officer's voice. It's a little ahead of you and to your left, like you're 11 o'clock.
Okay. He's going to start tracking over that way. He's focusing in a lot more on his hearing than his eyesight. He's really not even focused. Kind of just shifting to like being on the battlefield and being caught up in smoke from things burning, not being able to see. He's kind of shifting over into that focus. And he's going to start moving towards Officer's voice.
Yep, he comes up against a wall of a building. Inside, he hears scuffling.
Going to try to find the door.
Yep, and scaling around it. Rather than a door, you would find a terrified child sprinting out of that door, who almost runs straight into you.
Ooh. Well, at least they're evacuating.
The child screams in terror upon almost running into the giant armored man.
Worry not. Keep going.
And the child just kind of yelps, "Where?"
Out. I made a hole.
He says helpfully. But fortunately, this has heralded a door. Is Kaeranis going to go trotting inside? Maybe not trotting.
Yes.
Lumbering, rather.
Lumbering, yeah.
And as you come in, are coming through the door, a man is kind of flung up against you. This is the one that Taylor just kind of took the rifle away from him and hurled him over towards the rope. He clatters up against you. You feel the gas mask like bump against your chest.
Yep. He knows it's a gas mask. He's not even going to question it. He's knocking this one out too. He'd snap the neck if you kill him.
Yeah, exactly.
He's trying to be good.
And back over to Taylor. You would hear the like heavy footsteps and the clinking mail of Kaeranis as he enters.
Aid is still staring at the guy that's in the room with him.
He's finally ripped off his gas
I would
mask.
recommend some fresh air, my friend. It will do you good. As he sort of sets up to do a very telegraphed roundhouse kick
Yeah.
to get him towards the door.
And as you do so, the man he clearly looks like he wants to go for a knife or something, right? But he just kind of stares at you and then looks through the gloom towards the hulking armored figure that has appeared in the doorway. And he bitterly almost smiles and he says, "There is no salvation on the tracks. None. We can only weather the storm. And you have spoiled this. You have killed the dozens
If you like
today."
to stay here, that can be facilitated.
He says, "I will not leave unless I am dragged out."
That can
If
be
that is your
arranged.
choice, and then punctuate the word choice with the butt to the head to knock him out.
He tries to react to it, but given that his attention is rather split between the two of you, especially to Kaeranis, he is and like staggers down to the ground and is quite easily knocked out from there.
He's immediately gonna focus on the one he just kicked outside. Do you want to pick up your friend, or is that gonna be my job too?
And you would see that Kaeranis is holding him, and he is completely unconscious.
I don't think he can help.
Useless. Taylor is gonna do the whatchamacallit, the fireman lift to get him on his back.
And as he does so, his knees buckle underneath him. His stomach wound is getting, or like not, it's like a lower gut wound, is really getting crippling at this point. It's all he can do to not start like crying out in pain.
I honestly think so. What he's gonna do is he's gonna slowly let it out, all things being the same. He has a bit of will, so his focus is more on, his focus is not on keeping up a front at all. His focus is on keeping himself upright and the guy on top of him.
A
as
bit
he
of will.
drags
You
him
have
out.
double plus. That's not insignificant.
Yes.
And with a rattling breath, after a bunch of like groaning in pain comes out, he would haul himself back up to his feet. Now, Kaeranis, with knocked out guy in hand, you can see the officers going for the other. You can't see his wound at all. It's too
Right.
dark. The cloud of suspicion and completely, you can barely see his silhouette, and that's mostly because you know where his voice is. Actions Kaeranis would like to take from here.
Kaeranis is definitely going to. I mean, seeing him, he's assuming he's picking up the gas mask guy, so he's going to grab the one he knocked out.
Yep.
Not nearly as gentle, just like from the collar, just carrying him like a bag of groceries.
Where do you want to bring him? Are you going to go out of the cloud or elsewhere?
Yeah, I'm going out of the cloud, and also I imagine we're hearing the scared people. Is there any other scared people?
In this area, there are some, but as you break from the cloud, you can see that pretty much everyone is gathering towards the light.
Perfect. Okay.
The one exception is there are no gas mask wearers among them at all.
Yep.
In addition to scared, to make a little play on words, you can hear the scarred as well. You can hear them bellowing. You can hear like a host of them, their voices echoing through the valley towards the little village.
We gotta move quick. As we come into the light, to looking back at Taylor, at Officer, I imagine then I would see the wound.
Oh yeah.
He looks to him and says, "I can't heal you, but I can make it better," and hands him the endless tankard.
He is gonna take a whiff and then hand it back and says, "Not
Oh.
right now."
Yeah. Suit yourself. As Kaeranis takes another drink.
And you would hear clattering hooves. Phoenix comes skidding up to you, and you can see Phoenix is tired. He has been charging at full tilt. His whole body is heaving. And Evis is like, it's all he can do to stay aboard him. He says, "No more shooting. There's no more shooting."
Oh, good work, by the way, boy. You've done so well.
I just ran in circles.
Hey, that's what we needed.
And he says,
And
"Are you mounting up?"
oh yeah, he's going to give Kaeranis, not Kaeranis. He's going to give Phoenix a animal cracker.
And Phoenix gladly takes it into his mouth and crunches. And immediately, you can see that he starts to shudder slightly. What are you going to do for the rally? Or heartening, as it's being renamed?
For the heartening, he's going to come up and stroke his neck. And he's going to say, "Boy, I've worked too hard today. You are such a powerhouse. I need you for one more. This for."
He presses his muzzle up against your, like, brutalized cheek.
Peace. And then I do have one follow-up action as well.
Yeah.
Does a chariot count as a weapon? I should ask.
That's a brilliant question.
Or armor?
I will say the answer is energy work.
All right, that works. So he's thinking. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you
Right.
first.
Oh, okay. He's thinking. We need a quick way to get everyone out of here. He looks down to his arm. Now, carrying is not going to be useful. But Phoenix can take them. Now, he's imagining the chariot races he used to watch.
You might
as
even
a
want a
kid,
wagon
that
if you're
they-
trying to maximize people.
Actually, yeah. Yeah, so thinking of a campaign that they had that he had been a part of,
Yeah.
going across to the neighboring nation for battle. He's thinking of the wagons that they would take for cargo, rations, and all that. Thinking, now something like that would be useful. We could shuttle the people, and it would protect them in a way.
And I'm going to be asking you for another piece to that paired action to complete the two arms when I get back. But first, after leaving Kaeranis hanging with the tankard, will Kane be making his way over towards the light where all of the townsfolk are congregating? Or is he going elsewhere? What are you thinking? I hear Roundabout playing downstairs, which is a wild soundtrack for this.
Yes.
Towards the light?
Gonna, like, if there is a magic card appearing, he's gonna put that guy down.
Card hasn't appeared just yet. This is like, do you want to stay by Kaeranis, or are you moving towards the light where all the townsfolk are gathering?
Well, no, I think then he's gonna move further into the light.
Yeah. And in that case, Mercy, jumping back over to you. Gathering at the front of the municipal building, Mahinter is cranking the light. You can see people start to appear out of buildings, hustling children, out of the giant cloud of eerie fog across one side of the town. You don't see gas masks among them, but miraculously, nor do you hear the sounds of gunfire. What you do hear is the roaring of the Scarred in the distance, and the sound of Phoenix rushing past to go towards Kaeranis.
Mercy first as she's like leading Mia and the other girl out of the building, she like pauses and like go toward like be with Mahinter for a second, and she turns back to the dead silencer and just will, this is, she's 2 for 2 on this, so she takes off his gas mask and closes his eyes, and just she tries to say she's sorry, and then she struggles with that, and she just kind of shakes her head and turns back and picks up her scarf off the floor, which I imagine now is partially soaked in his blood.
Oh, yeah.
And she holds it up and goes outside, and as she sees the people actually coming out and not being murdered, she just starts crying, and not like full sobbing, but happy, like tears of relief. And she looks down at the bloody scarf, and she thinks about what it's like, what these people have gone through and what they were doing, and what were they really holding them off with pain, because it seems like there was a lot of pain here already, just not that kind of pain. Doesn't know if that counts, because she's feeling a lot of that kind of pain right now and not the other kind of pain. So she hopes that emotional pain doesn't count as much, and she puts the scarf back on, not minding that the blood like smears across her chin. And as the people gather in, the scarf starts to ripple outward and grow again. And I've been playing Mercy largely as like, doesn't like 100% know that she's doing magic. Like, she knows, obviously, like, I mean, it's obviously magic, but she's not like intentionally like, I am summoning holy magic to heal you. She's just kind of like, I am kind, and that helps people sometimes.
Yep.
But I think in this moment, seeing all of this, there's like a glimmer of an extra, like, I can do, this is something I'm doing, not something that happens. She's like, this is active. And as the scarf expands to continue enfolding and circling the people who come in, it does grow more this time, and very vaguely turns into the shape of wings as it covers everyone. And she just turns and just stares down all the empty holes where the silencers were shooting from until everyone has gathered and it's time to go.
And the officer would come heavily walking towards them as well. He's one of the last of the people approaching the light. Mercy can see the absolute mess of blood staining him from the lower midsection down, and she can see the gas-masked man that, or no longer gas-masked man, that he has slung across his shoulders.
She'll just, without a word, just clutch her amulet and kind of like slump against Officer Kane as he comes up, and just kind of like, both of them a little exhausted, I imagine, and she starts healing him at least a little so that he can not be completely exhausted.
And Taylor, even though the will defiance got you well across the town square, by the time you start getting close to the light, it's starting to get shaky again. So by the time you get to Mercy, it's all you can do to stay upright. As you
seems fine for the purpose.
Yeah,
which seems fine for the purpose.
Quite. And reaching her side, you can see her scarf has encircled the at this point probably 36 people who are still here. Maybe a little more than that, even maybe closer to 40.
She's also going to try a little extol virtue on Officer Kane if she has the essence for it, and just
she does.
As he comes up and he look obviously exhausted, she just is like, starts healing him as like, hey, I know you're a gruff and tumble kind of guy, and I know you said you don't care, but I saw that you care. I can tell that you care, and I appreciate that you care. Thank you for what you did. Thank you.
And what is the virtue that she's going to bring out?
Just his empathy that he claimed to not have.
Yeah. And on top of that, that is an essence restoration as well.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Quite. And what would this feel like for Taylor as well? I mean, I don't know how overtly resistant he is to it, but
I don't think he personally sees himself as an unempathetic guy. He does also have a spirit, which tends to help with that. It is just he has done the job way too long to be thinking about things, essentially.
And so
More
that side of
specifically
him
to-
would be
yeah.
slightly exaggerated.
Yeah. I think also like in that way as well. I mean, this isn't something that either of them really know about each other, but like Mercy's kindness comes from so much hardship that she's been through. So she like sees in maybe she's in, rather than like, I know you really care even though you pretend you don't. It's more like, I know that part of you is still in there the way that it's in me, and we can share that together.
Yeah, they forked at the point of suffering.
Right.
And as the two of them lean against each other for this moment, Kaeranis, talk me through the paired action here.
Yeah, so we're building a train of our own with Phoenix as the okay. He doesn't know what they're called, but as the thing that makes it run. And with this
Oh, I'm
carriage behind.
I'm so sorry. One quick moment.
Oh yeah.
Oh, thank you. Goodness gracious. Lucky me.
That's so funny.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Dinner for when we're done. Okay, pardon me. Carry on.
Yeah. Oh, you're good. And he's thinking of the wagon as one of the cargo cars, just big box thing to him.
Yep.
So he's envisioning his own getting everybody out of here, thinking this is the way we would go to battle. But this is the way we are going to safety now.
And as he says this, normally two arms, I always envision it being quite quick. Like, whoom, there it is. This takes some time. The wagons materializing together and creating not a passenger train per se, but a baggage train. A series of 3 carts linked together.
That's even good.
That said, Kaeranis immediately goes into low yellow essence. Immediately. And you can see, like, hallucinations winking before his eyes, and maybe even would paint over the scene around him, the scene of, like, a siege or a battle he participated in once.
He's getting lost in his past.
But as he does so, with he still would know that there are people to be evacuated. He wouldn't be that far gone yet. We're not in the red. And so after creating the wagon train, what would he say or do?
He's going to say to the crowd, he's going, you know what? In the same time, he's even going to toss down Gas Mask Boy. And he's going to say to the crowd, everyone here, get on this as soon as you can. You hear those sounds? That's much worse than what we've done.
And as you say this, will you be mounting Phoenix? I mean, he's pulling a lot of weight, so maybe not. But where do you want to position yourself?
I think, to be honest, Kaeranis is probably going to dispel. Well, this isn't me, so he's probably. I'm gonna get on the carts too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as he pulls himself up onto a wagon, Evis hops up alongside him. And Mercy and Taylor, you guys would see that the crowd around you, Kaeranis does have a double plus to vitality, so he has a pretty authoritative belt when he wants it. People start to like merge around you and start to climb aboard the wagons, pulling up children, pulling up small packs of supplies or personal possessions. And fortunately, thank God it's not muddy, or those wagon wheels would go clean into the earth. But the hard packed clay takes it quite well. Up at the front, Phoenix kind of like flexes his shoulders as he tests the amount of weight he's going to be drawing, which is vast. Mercy and Taylor, actions from the two of you, or would you like to climb aboard the wagons?
How is the pain feeling to Taylor at this point?
Much more manageable. But it would be nice to sit down, let's put it that way.
Yes, it would, but I think he's weighing in his mind if it wouldn't be better on the holistic side to just pick Mercy up and walk alongside the cart.
Yeah. Do you wish to do so?
Yes.
And Mahinter, as you are doing so, would hand back her light.
I don't know if Mercy wants that. I mean, the scarf, I imagine, can still shield if I'm being carried. Actually, no, this is fine.
Walking alongside the wagons would give you more ability to splay the scarf around them, I guess.
She can still, sure. I was thinking I would want to be at the back, but it works the same way. I mean, it's a scarf. It can go in both directions. But the important part is when Mahinter offers the flashlight back, she pushes it back into his hand, and she says, actually, if you could you should go to the front, because I'm pretty sure that horse outran landmines earlier, but not with 3 wagons tied to its back. So could you give a watch out and make sure Phoenix doesn't?
Of course.
Yeah, good.
And he hurries up, and he powers the flashlight again, and it cuts through the cloud of suspicion, and points towards the hole that Kaeranis busted through earlier on, because that's the only section of palisade that was completely ripped apart, which means that wagons can roll through it. And he also mind-swept, both with his body, his shield wall, and with a pole.
Oh, and I had forgotten about that. Kaeranis actually probably should be side of the cart, leading everybody along the line.
Would you stand next to Mahinter with the crank flashlight? Mm-hmm. I will say, Kaeranis is frickin' exhausted at this point. And so it would be, like, walking would be a chore, but walking slowly is doable.
Yeah, I'll just walk slowly. Yeah. At least for this bit, and then I'll hop on.
Yeah, Evis would reluctantly slide off as well. And eventually, after people, like, pull up onto the wagons, a good number of able-bodied people do walk alongside them as well. Both because, it's heavy, and it's clear that the horse is going to have a hard time with this. People look kind of dubious that a single horse could even hope to pull all this weight, but also because there's like 40 people here. 3 wagons is not enough for 40 people, but it can get over half of them. And up at the front, Thanik strains. His muscles bulge, and his veins pop out against, like, even underneath his coat. And he strains, and he digs his hooves in, and slowly, agonizingly, the wagons start to move. He is moving at, like, at a crawl, is the way I would put it. But eventually, as he starts to get a little bit more momentum going, he can go a little faster until he is at a slow walk. And with the light cutting through the cloud of suspicion, which has now almost completely enveloped the town, up ahead, Kaeranis can point the way towards the hole that he made. And the screams of the scarred draw closer. But as you guys leave the town, through that entranceway, an almighty explosion rips the sky. The cloud of suspicion, like, billows away. People scream and duck. Some people clutch their ears. Almost everyone is partially deafened from it. As the food stores have gone up. Though only Taylor knows why. It doesn't quite leave a mushroom cloud, right? But it's not far off. Just a huge plume of dust and garbage. But fortunately, just beyond the palisade at this point, even the scattered debris misses the group. And those pieces that get through, the scarf catches and neutralizes harmlessly.
Nice.
Yeah. Because when a building blows up, there's so much shit that just falls out of the sky. And guarding this many innocents, Mercy's scarf is vast at this point, and is able to shelter them like an umbrella from the rain of debris that scatters down upon them. And finally you see the train up ahead. As the convoy is pulled, Thanik's straining and exhausted already, but still pushing through with that animal cracker still in his system. You can see the en-henmindari are arrayed out in front of the train. Their rifles are not in their hands. But the second you guys breach the cloud, people start rushing towards you. Actions you guys would like to take after the explosion, now free of the town.
The en-henmindari are rushing toward us?
Yes, and a few of the survivors from the train.
God, there's landmines, watch out!
And you, as you scream, again, thank fuck for Trip's vitality. They slow, and they wait until you guys are clear of the mined areas before hurrying out and helping people and trying to get more weight off of Phaenix, get people down, and also start loading people up aboard the train as quick as they possibly can. As they are doing so, Mercy, still being toted by a increasingly more exhausted but no longer badly wounded Taylor, is approached by the same woman, en-henmindari, from earlier. And as you approach, or as she approaches, you see that she gives a low bow, and she kind of brings her hand about her face, almost like a little salute. And she says, "You have delivered so many to us.
Not all of them.
We heard your words. They played through the train."
I didn't really do any. It was Officer Kane. You can put me down now, by the way. And Kaeranis over there. Do you have any more of those? Do you have that jug from earlier? Because I think they could probably use some energy drink. Ooh.
She says, "Yes." Will Taylor put her down?
Yes, absolutely. If she requests, that is.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. That was so nice of you. Thank you so much.
And she takes out something and pushes it into the palm of Mercy's hand. It's small and cloth.
3 of these. Oh dear. What's this one?
In this case, it's one of their face coverings.
Damn.
Wordlessly, she turns away and begins to quickly assist in ushering people onto the train.
Mercy will hold it. I don't know if she's ready to put it on at the moment, but she will hold it, and she'll run up behind that woman and tap her on the shoulder and say, "There's one more thing. There's one more thing. The people in there, they're the ones who stayed behind. I don't know what's going through their heads, but they're not going to come out for anything. And the Scarred are going to come here, and they're going to take them." And she takes out the tooth brace with the capsule that she never used, never even put in her mouth. And she says, "Where I come from, there's always another way. But not if you choose not to take it. So if you have any more of these, I don't like to think about it, but they might be better off. I would like to elicit a charitable donation of additional capsules for the remaining silencers in case their wards fall and they are beset by the Scarred."
And you would see that for the faintest moment, you see her battle with this. On the one hand, this is a sacred object to them. The great ritual with which she gave it to you earlier is signifying of that. But after a moment, she says, "There is wisdom. And it would seem as though the cause they had was not dissimilar from ours, though misguided in execution."
It was similar and misguided.
And she
but
says,
they also listened when it counted.
"Then let them have salvation." And with it placed into your hand by several en-henmindari, Mercy would feel the gifts in kind vanish from her. As she is doing so, Kaeranis, actions that you would like to take as this people are being loaded up onto the train. Many of them are shaking. Many of them look actively terrified to be leaving this place.
Yeah. I think judging by the sound that's growing of the scarred, he's going to use up his little essence remaining, but he's going to use some of it to create a shield wall. This one I want to use the perk for the dual ring.
Yep.
Put around the train.
Oh, that's a big boy.
That's a big boy. So
Just nosebleed
this
passes out.
doesn't kill me, yeah. But he's going to. It's going to. We're going to go with a bigger paired action. He's going to hold his arms out wide. Even though one's a broken hand, he's still going to clap them together.
Boom.
And stomp a foot at the same time.
And the great shield wall appears. And Kaeranis' mind is gone away to distant fields of his youth, campaigning in the far lands. Blood and battle around him. Evis would say, are you all right, sir? And to you, he'd look like some shield bearer or some nonsense.
We will win this war.
I'm sure. But as Kaeranis does so, Taylor, actions you would like to take as people are being loaded up.
As he has a sense that they've cleared the minefield, he's going to immediately start commandeering the people around, drawing from both his experience as an actual policeman and the vitality, the one he does have in this group. Gonna make sure that the evacuation and getting people into the train goes very orderly.
Yep. And between you and the en-henmindari, they are not only brought aboard, but the en-henmindari make sure to take careful care of, like, head count of everyone, what they're bringing aboard, what their names are. They're doing it very efficiently, though, so there's not like a big bottleneck. And it seems like they're used to this. As you do so, you can hear the en-henmindari talking to each other about things like rationing plans, about things like how much new supplies they have, how many new mouths they have to feed, how many new wounded. Fortunately, very few new wounded, but quite a few infirm. The people especially who had to be loaded aboard the wagons and similar. And so overall, the en-henmindari approach this unflinchingly, but you can tell that there's a good amount of, for want of a better term, weight that is being taken aboard the train with this new group. And unfortunately, 0 weapons. That said, as the trains are loaded and the doors are slid shut, you guys would see them rushing through the valley like water. A mass of figures that move in ways that a human could not, even though they are shaped like them. The night is dark and the sky is still overcast, but you can still see their outlines as they go blowing around and through, ripping the ground as they do and casting up dust into the air. And the train lets forth a blast from its horn. Your badges ping. Final actions, beginning with Kaeranis.
All right. So Kaeranis is going to see these guys coming up over the hill. Ha! Look at these knaves. They think they can ride upon our army.
No, they can, sir.
They're
They
strong
can.
there.
No. We need to leave, sir.
What? Leave?
Yes.
We fight to the last man.
Evis looks pleadingly towards Taylor.
It's gonna just put a hand on the young man's shoulder and then show him how to touch the badge.
He says, I can't. I'm a junior. I'm not part.
No. As in actually shows him, it just touches the badge.
Oh, like literally
very
go clap like that. And he's like,
yes.
Oh, as he teleports away.
And yes.
And Taylor, final actions for you as Kaeranis says, let me at him.
He's going to look at Mercy, having noted her being very taken aback by what he assumes is her killing a person, even though that is not the case. And just, I think you will be okay. I'm not the best person to talk to about such things, but I have been through this. Do call if that need arises.
And Officer Kane would see such, for the first time since we got here, Mercy's like constant optimistic facade breaks a little bit, and he sees like such pain and hardness in her eyes, and there's just this like, man, this is far from the worst. And she nods in appreciation.
And as he pings out final actions from Mercy.
Yeah, I think Mercy lets that facade break, and the only other person that gets to see it is the woman who handed her the mask, as you know, the last like door slams shut or the window slams shut. And I want that last image to be Mercy looks directly at her and she sees that in her face, and Mercy puts on the mask that she was given, and then it slides shut, and she turns in the direction of the scarred, and she takes one staggering step in their direction, just not even knowing what she's thinking. Is it like defiant? Is it submission? Is it exhaustion? And then she just closes her eyes and pinks out.
And on that note, we will end the mission. Whew! Beautifully done. that was a
intense.
roller coaster for sure. Yeah, let's briefly go through it. But before we do you guys have questions for me about calls that I made or the plot of the mission?
How come when I got shot in the head, I wasn't a lot worse off?
The guiding light up did not make him miss. It made him hesitate.
Just okay. So it was more of a graze then.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it
cool.
like it would have if you looked in a mirror, you'd see you were missing some hair.
Right.
Yeah. And on top of that, Mahinter jumped him like immediately.
Right.
After
Yeah.
that. Goodness.
No, I guess, yeah.
Thank you.
I just wasn't sure what was actually the actual severity of that wound.
Totally. Oh, it was a bad one. And
Yeah.
I think that, again, the fact that it was a combination of the vitality stat that you had to play, but also, frankly, it was the extol virtues early on Mahinter. So, again, Mercy had done such a good job of making herself not a threat, you know? That even these absolutely ruthless hardened killers like hesitated slightly, and that hesitation was enough for Mahinter to jump him. It took slightly go awry. Boom.
Right. Love it.
It's a great question though, and there was a lot of things that would have just been like dead right there.
Yeah, for sure.
Got it. And yeah, double plus resilience was also a huge part of that equation, I might add. Good. Thank you so much. I'm getting so much food.
Got a buffet.
Sick. Yeah. Any other questions about calls that I made or the plot of the mission?
Were you at all inspired by the ones who walk away from Omelas?
I've never heard of that.
What, really? Wow, yeah. I'm amazed. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, no, don't apologize. I mean, I think that's fascinating. Convergent evolution.
There's a lot of that. I've found people keep saying, "Oh, Robbie, are you referencing blank?" And I'm like, no.
it was a very, I mean, it's a pretty dark story. It was art, and this was an even darker like twist on it. And I was like, wow, that's a really cool reflection. So anyway.
Something I will throw out there, because I think it is interesting, and I don't think it's going to come up again, is their plan was working. But the point made of, and what about when the scarred, pass? What then? That's the flaw in it, right? They were just trying to like weather it out and see what could happen after that. But their plan was working, which was, as Taylor found, they had a captive scarred there. And the way the scarred communicate with each other is if one feels pain, it draws others. And so since this one did not feel pain at all anywhere, it was like starved, you know? And so it was other scarred would be like, oh, there's nothing there. And so it was a genuinely good plan. However, there was a big flaw in it, which is what happens after. They were like trying to live day by day, effectively. And so because of that, anyone being in pain was a tremendous risk, which is why they went out of their way to kill wounded. So, any other questions before we proceed? Excellent. In that case, to give you all your props, beginning with Kaeranis. I had a really fun time throwing him against modern weaponry and him winning.
That was crazy. Every time I loved it.
Landmine, grenade, rifle, don't matter. He was feeling it by the end, which was fun. But like seeing you deal with these threats, Earthshaper play was awesome as usual. The Gareth Thinksing was so important. Like between you and sending around Phoenix and Evis, I will tell you right now, Mercy would have been shot. Like coming in. Had you not been such a big problem, they're like, okay, scary guy in armor who doesn't die. Oh God. Like that is every like all hands on deck, that is the problem.
Yep.
Like weirdos with flashlight barely matter compared to this guy, right? And then Taylor was unseen. So that like Kaeranis did such a good job tanking aggro, eating so many shots.
So many.
I had like a loose count in my head. I think he tanked over 50 rifle shots.
Oh my goodness.
It was definitely over 40, and I think it was under 60. So I think it was about 50.
Wow.
Absurd. And that's like Quint Resilience plus Endless Tankard plus Full Plate is just such a combo. Such a combo. Yeah. It was great. I thought your drunk acting was actually really compelling too, which is part of the reason it was just so I think if it had been even slightly weaker, I would have made you substantially more hurt from some of those big ones. But I think on top of that, the wagon at the end was a great idea. Genuinely awesome idea, because like there's a shit ton of weak civilians, many of whom are infirm. How are you going to get them out? Especially through a fucking minefield, because they're going to naturally want to scatter. Like you'll have to like corral them into single file. Then the scarred are breathing down your neck. Yeah, that's the way to do it. It was an awesome play. Really, really smart. And let Phoenix be super cool. And you even supercharged him with an animal cracker beforehand. Really good play. Just really, really good play all around. You make such good use of his kid. Yeah.
Thank you.
Then Taylor Kane. I've hosted for him a lot, and I have such like a good grasp of his playstyle, and yet still you surprise me. Not only was this a really fun use of his combination of social disruption and intimidation plus stealth plus other stuff, which you did beautifully, of course, but blowing up the stores was not expected and was actually a really smart move, because it meant that if you had encountered remaining opposition, that was the nail in the coffin, right? It was a really good security play. So too was like just trotting out with a gun. That was actually kind of awesome as well, and was not something I expected. The emotional dynamic between him and Mercy was very compelling. The Malleus against the Scarred to bash out the floor was awesome. Yeah, it was just very clean surgical play. And frankly, these three characters are so incredibly different from each other that it was kind of impossible to do this mission. It was more than impossible to do this mission without any given one. And Taylor did so much to learn about what was going on, and then to like undermine to the point where Mercy's play and Kaeranis' play was super relevant. Really, really solid. You have great positioning with him. Very, very good positioning. And lastly, Mercy. My first time seeing the character. I love this character. What a great character. Beautiful emotional moments. Fantastic stat build. Really cool build that you made very good use of. The Extol Virtue was genuinely fantastic. The scarf skin ended up being wildly relevant just wildly relevant. That innocence shield was maybe the MVP item of the mission.
Yes, for sure.
You made great use of the guiding light. The alms, you made clever uses of the Asclepian. The interactions, though, with the en-henmindari and with Mahinter were the high point of Mercy's play for me. Beautifully done.
Robbie, every time I play a mission with you, I of course, bow to the chief. The reason I pitched Mercy for this mission instead of like a Shun or someone was like, I've played only a couple with her, and I haven't really, I'm not sure what a Samaritan's doing, and like these missions have felt kind of like, I don't know, like I don't really know what my ability stuff here. So I was like, I know Robbie will make something that like will teach me what a Samaritan does, and I was just so impressed by how there were so many opportunities for her to use my whole kit that didn't feel forced. Like it wasn't like, oh, and this is the moment where you can talk to a whole bunch of people. Like, like it all made sense. It all flowed. It gave me opportunities to express all the different things. So I was just really impressed with how you wove that all in, and it, like seemingly, I'm sure it wasn't, but seemingly effortlessly taught me how to play this class that I wasn't sure about.
Well, I'm glad it felt that way. To my perspective, I did very little work. You took to it beautifully. I would never have guessed that had been the case because you played it pretty much exactly right. The gifts and kind at the end was fucking great. That was perfect. And I will say, I think the Samaritan is the hardest class in the game. I think it is. I used to think it was the Vessel. No, the Vessel is like chaotic, but I think the Samaritan is the hardest. And you played, this was like a textbook good Samaritan mission. But even with that, the high point for me was the character moments, because you just did such a beautiful job portraying her. When I saw the character and I read her backstory, and I read the tech level aligned, the class aligned, the build aligned, because God, you need resilience in this setting. It just felt like a perfect fit, frankly. And the same too for all of you. I loved how this mission played out. And a question, name.
Right.
Oh, yes.
And it's the episode name. So it would be Last Train from Narvul, episode 2, blank.
Gotcha.
I feel like it's gonna be something about silence.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I half of me even wants to just go with something super basic like the silencers, but maybe there's a cooler one we can do than that.
I'm trying to recall the very stupid Roman, or rather Latin quote about arms falling and silence, and I'm not getting it together in the top of my head.
Let me see if I can look it up real quick.
Among arms, the laws are silent.
Yeah, in times of war, the law falls silent. Oh, we could do something simple like falling silent.
That. Falling silent?
Yeah. That's pretty good.
It's a good reference to that.
Fallen silent?
Fallen silent is actually better. I really like it.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
Fallen silent.
Nice.
Great. Oh, one more question, Robbie. I don't get to keep that mask, right? Because that's on mission item, or is it a special case?
This is something that if you wish to make a common or reskin class gear for, you can literally say it is the same one.
Cool. Right. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I could reskin it. That's cool. I could reskin it as something for sure.
You could even incorporate it into the skin of your habit if you didn't want to make it too like different. But...
That was well. I was thinking like it might even be like it could sew into the scarf somehow. I think, but
yeah.
Anyway, cool. What kind of? Sorry, I mean I know this is a meaningless question. Like what? Like physically, what kind of mask is it? Like a?
Oh, it's like a veil, like a face veil. That would
be
okay,
from
cool,
like
here,
cool.
Whole lower body or whole lower face. Yep.
Got it. Cool. Thank you.
Yep, of course. Absolutely. Frankly, my pleasure. It's one of the most fun things about this setting is getting to like drip feed culture. You know.
Right. That was one of my favorite parts of the whole mission was just getting to like engage with that just really shortly. And that when you were like, there's a burning respect because you looked away from the face, I was like, oh, this is what I'm here for.
Yeah, exactly.
Those little role play moments are just what I love tabletop games, but also especially Enclave about. Like those moments of discovery are great.
Totally. Well, frankly, very mechanically relevant for a Samaritan.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, which is sick. So, any final thoughts before we wrap up, my friends? Noise.
Had a great time. Thank you all. You guys were so much fun to watch. I was rapt attention every time the camera cut away.
Perfect.
Thanks. Same to you.
In that case, let us do our sign-offs. So, in the same order, which I believe was Jonas, Julian, and Connor.
Why do I always go first? Yeah, hi, Jonas Tintenzer. You can find me. My link tree is just my last name, TINTENSEHER. Check out Team Elsewhere. That's Elsewhere, WARE. Check out Red Clover Case Files. And check out Triglav Games. We're making stuff for Draw Steel if you like cool RPG content.
Excellent. And Julian.
Well, you can find me on the Enclave Discord server most days, I found. I hope to see you here someday, whoever ends up watching this video. And yeah, hope to be in a game with whoever that is.
Beautifully said. And lastly, Connor.
And I've been Connor, and all I'll say is play Enclave. It's great.
Thank you all. You've been
It is
wonderful. Seriously.
Thank you.
I could not have asked
You
for a
too.
better episode 2, and that is full credit to you all. And as always, my name is Robbie Howell. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch, and ciao for now.